Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to ESL Southeast Europe Championship Season 10, I might add, and possibly the best yet, Nick. I'm traveling, and of course I'm here back with Nick Holden to bring you the playoffs for the season. How you feeling, Nick?
Oh, I'm feeling really, really good about this one. I can't wait to get the season underway. And as you mentioned, season number 10, there's essentially 4,000 euros up for grabs in this tournament. I can't wait to get it going. I'm very excited to cast with you again. It's been a while since we last caught up. How excited are you for this bracket to be able to start off here today?
Oof, I really am, and we're starting the playoffs with a bang. We have random 5, which are the returning champions, the returning kings in the tournament from the last season, as they won it all and left us hanging on the second place. And they are versus the Wild Horse, let's say, which came up from the qualifier as in third place from the qualifier we had last week, of course. And they looked really, really strong. And of course, the names in this team look strong as well. And then next up, we of course have Nexus, the Romanian powerhouse, versus Greek Regenesis, a very, very, very known and old Greek organization. So can't wait to get this underway. And what are you, I'm going to ask you first, what are you expecting to see a little bit from this tournament? Are you expecting to see the chaos we're seeing at Worlds right now? Or are you expecting to see things more calculated? Let's say like normal ADCs, you know, marksmen and so on and so on.
Well, based off the current patch notes, I think one of the things that we're going to take a look at is, of course, that Fiora, that it's going to be so powerful on this 9.19 patch. But when it comes down to this tournament specifically, of course, Random 5 standing apart as being that #1 seed. However, going up against Level Up here today, I think that's going to be a huge opportunity just to see how the tournament is going to be able to set itself apart, right? I mean, Level Up, they're the wild card. They're coming in as that #8 seed into this competition, taking on Random 5. I think this is going to set a great tone for us and what we can expect in these future matches. Of course, we've got some great matches taking place after this as well. We've got Nexus taking on Greek Regenesis, which should be a good one to close things off. But I think we're going to get this tournament tonality sorted out, especially in this game #1. As far as picks go, who knows? I think we can experiment with some chaos. I think 9.19 in terms of its patch itself is going to bring some craziness to it, but let's see what's going to happen.
I think you remember what happened in previous seasons when that Heimerdinger was down the bot lane with the Morgana. Now the Fiddlesticks is coming out. Worlds are going crazy at the moment, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm not the biggest fan of mages down the bot lane. I think they should go back where they belong, which is in the mid lane. But now the array of champions you can play into the mid lane. You've got the likes of Renekton, Aatrox, Kiana, Yasuo. You've got so many melee fighters and assassins that can go down the mid lane with huge wave clear inside their pockets that you can very easily move the immobile, high impact mage and wave clearer down the bot lane with a support that's going to not only keep them safe, but possibly feed them some kills as well and get them snowballing faster than they would make themselves in the mid lane just with the jungler around. Of course, saying that, we have moved straight into picks and bans of our first, and maybe best of 3.
So hopefully going to be the best of the games so far, just to get things started and set the tone. Now, I've got to say, I do love seeing the good old Rhino coming out. That might just be a South African thing from my side of the world, is that we're running out of rhinos, so it's great to see one here at ESL today.
Oh, you took it there. I agree with you. But of course, no surprise, Pantheon is getting banned. I am expecting a Kiana ban as well and a Yumi ban. Akali is following as well from the set of Random 5 and a set to Wani, which in my eyes is not necessarily the most impactful jungler, but is one you can resort to when everything else has failed you. It's a very steady jungler, provides a lot of CC lockdown, and is very easy on the clear and following through to the mid game. Now, Kiana, like we mentioned before, is gonna get off of the table, same as the Yasuo. And if this last ban is a Yumi, I'm possibly expecting to see a Gragas up for grabs.
Well, one of the interesting things, Sejuani actually getting nerfed quite recently and going to be able to take her out more of solo queue games. We're going to see where she stands in terms of the competitive side of things moving forward. However, now with a couple of options left over, we actually will see the Silas band out here.
All right. It's gonna be the Zaya, and I'm wondering, is Random 5 the team to bring the Garen Yuumi out? Yuumi that has consecutively received a lot of hits on her kit and a lot of nerfs, as we call it, but it's still such a really strong tool. You know, you've got your big mid shield down the bot lane that you can attach yourself on. It is going to be the Lucian, and potentially we could be seeing a Rakan takeaway from his lover.
Well, from a Yuumi side of things, coming in with Kench 9.19, once again, big nerf coming for both of them. So who knows, we might be able to see them being brought in. Maybe they've got some speciality in their back pocket, but that Lucian being locked in, of course, going to bring a little bit of mobility to that bottom lane, picked up with his best compatriot in terms of the Ice Shield himself. Mr. Braum is going to be able to walk his way forward. Zaya, now
that's a bit taunting. Okay, that's a bit taunting because Panjay is known to be in the bulk of one of the best Rakan players. Random 5 is not even going to take the Rakan away. They're gonna go straight into the counter pick. Lucian counters Zaya, and adding the Braum right next to it, it shows me a killer lane. They're going into the lane not to farm, but to kill down Nekker and Panjay.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a very intense bottom lane fight. So far, it looks like the Echo will get picked up, and that's a little bit of a split between either mid and top.
I think that's going to be jungle. That's most likely going to be jungle. This is what's happening with Worlds right now. By removing a lot of the AP power from the jungle, the Echo has come back in. Sylas got nerfed a little bit in his wave clear and everything, so he doesn't clear as fast. So Echo is kind of one step better than Sylas in the jungle. Of course, potentially could be played in the mid lane as well. But from my perspective, this is most likely going to be a jungler. I'm not the biggest fan, and he hasn't received the best of success in Worlds either. I think it's something like 100% loss so far. I feel like it is a strong champion for solo queue, and potentially the strongest I have personally seen Echo was when he was played semi AD up top lane, same as the Fizz Bruiser that we were seeing back then. I feel like that was the success I saw Echo having as well. Not the biggest fan right now in the jungle. Hopefully level up can prove us wrong and show us that they can actually make it work. On the other hand though, Random 5 are gonna go and lock in the globals Shen for probably Lubens in the top lane.
Yeah, I do like the pickup of Shen, just going to be able to provide that little bit of extra support. Now, when it comes down to the bans, we get the Kennen as well as the Nectin Moon, Kindred as well as the Elise. So, when it comes down to picks, it goes over to Random 5, and they've got a couple of options left in their back pocket.
I mean, Gragas still open.
Yeah, Gragas is still open, and as far as when it comes down to the mid lane, I'm not too sure if we're going to be able to see that brand new buffed Veigar coming out. I think he had a little bit of reduction in terms of his E, which has now been buffed. And 2 seconds have been taken off of that, but right you are there, Trouble. It looks like Gragas is going to be coming into the mix.
It makes the absolute sense right here. You can engage fights. You have the Shen. Gragas is a very squishy champion, but having in the back of your mind that you do have the global, in case you don't get the lockdown as quickly as possible with the body slam and something goes wrong, you do have the backup of Lubens in the top lane with that shield following you everywhere on the map, and it gives that insurance down the bot lane as well that wants to consistently fight against the Zaya Rakan combo and take priority bot side. Now, of course, we only have to see the mid lane, which is what else? It is the 100% pick on ban ratio Syndra in the World Championship right now, and it is going to get locked in for D-Haste into the mid lane. Now, something that you could potentially go with in the mid lane is something like the likes of Corki that can build the Hex Drinker. Now, I have a different approach towards why the Corki is not necessarily the best champion to play against Syndra, even though you do have the Hex Drinker that you can build into the kit. Tristana also with the Hex Drinker, but I do believe that a Tristana mid lane Hex Drinker is affected less than the Corki, and we can discuss this right now. I have the feeling that It was discussed a little bit at Worlds that Corki, because he has that very easy built-in of the Hex Drinker into his kit, it's going to be much easier for him to not die in the early levels of Syndra with the all-ins and the bolts and the Echo coming into lane. Now, necessarily there would have to be either a Zhonya's champion in the mid lane for random 5 or a Hex Drinker. They choose to go with a Hex Drinker in the likes of Tristana. Tristana can go from a Hex Drinker to a Catalyst very easy, and it's not really gonna affect her power spike. The power spike of Corki is that Trinity Force that you want to be having around minute 15 possibly, and then try to fight for these dragons. You've got the Gragas to engage, you've got the Braum to engage. You want that strong all-in potential that you would have with the Corki. Now, stopping that power spike at minute 15 by having the Hex Drinker is a big hit to his high damage kit. Now, Tristana does not have the same because, like we said before, she's gonna build the Hex Drinker, she's gonna build the Catalyst, and she's gonna still be as powerful doing these all-ins. Back to us, Nick.
Absolutely. And now, one thing that I want to just take a look at. I know we've gone into detail about that mid lane, what that Hex Drinker might mean for the Tristana. However, when it comes down to these two purely based on team comp, are you leaning in any direction at the moment, Georgia?
Whoa. Okay. I do really like the level up team's composition, but what I'm a little bit worried about is that they're a disengaged/engaged team. So they do have the all-in with the Kled ultimate, whether they want to go in, you know, Panjay. It would really help that boost of speed to get Panjay in there, taunt as many people as possible, and then get out. You've got a lot of reset potential with the Echo ultimate as well, the pushback from the Syndra, the Featherstorm, of course, coming from the Zarya. So you do have a lot of disengage and engage, but so does Random 5. And seeing Random 5 play and coming back as the returning champions, I do think they have the upper hand. I do enjoy their composition a little bit more because they're playing that calculated, aggressive style that I personally like seeing a team play. So yes, you do have the Tristana that's going to be jumping in together with the Gragas, the Lucian, the Braum, but then you also have the insurance that, oh, if something goes wrong, we have the Cask to disengage. We've got the Unbreakable to disengage. If everything goes wrong, Shen can jump in with the ultimate shield
100%.
and we can disengage from that. So I do like the engage potential coming in from level up, but there's also so much disengage potential from the side of Random 5 that can sway around the entire fight. So I would say I'm leaning towards Random 5 at this point.
Yeah, I kind of have to agree with you that just their sustainability of their fights and actually how they can protect their carries is just significantly outweighing that level up in terms of my opinion at the moment. I think one of the big things that level up are going to need to focus on is keeping that mid-game pressure and trying to go for those picks in and around the opposition jungle. I'm very excited to see how this one's going to be able to kick off between the two. And obviously, to those in chat, you're more than welcome to put in your predictions too. We'd love to be able to check that on our side of things. But this is game number 1, and it is level up taking on Random 5 here today.
And
so far for the...
It wouldn't be Southeast without a very, very quick break. I got you there, Nick. I got you there. So we're going to throw it on to a very quick break. Stay with us. Music will be alongside you in just a little bit. And stay tuned because our first best of 3 is just about to kick off. So don't go anywhere.
mind's not mine and it won't forget. But you bring me back from my darkness black. Cause the soul in me and the heart I have for you. It beats for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. 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 Bring me to Oh, you bring me to life. Now you bring me back to life. Bring me to life. No. Hands down to my side, tied to run on a faulty line. I'm safe only, even though we burn from the light I bleed. But she bring me back, not a heart attack could take away all the love I had for you. It bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. 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 Oh, you bring me to You bring me to life. Sitting on a bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, to our first best of 3 of ESL Southeast Europe Championship Season 10. And Echo is fishing for some Gragas.
That's going to be a big fish if he's going to get himself onto that one, of course. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with Trouble Inc. and myself, Nick Holden. Can't wait to get into this one. It is Level Up, taking on the winners of the previous season, Random 5. And they're definitely going to need to level up if they're going to be able to pull off an upset here today. Georgia, it looks like in the top lane we get some fishing going underway as well.
I mean, we're gonna see a lot of back and forth, especially when you have chosen that Kled. You do want to take over the lane from the Shen. You want to pressure him as much as possible so that the time that level 6 comes for the Shen, he is not allowed to get out of his lane, whether with that TP or the ultimate. So you want to beat him down, you want to pin him onto that lane and never let him go. I know it sounds like a love song, but it is not. Definitely not. It's not going to be a good time for the Shen.
Looks like we might be having an invade actually taking place right now, as Echo's going to be able to get that stun locked down, as it's going to be the feathers that get rolled out. The ignite will get spent on Gragas, but it's a heal to be able to bring in some kind of recovery. Braum now makes his way towards the try. Oh, he actually will challenge for a second, but walks this one back to the lane, and it did not look like a very healthy move there from Random 5.
That was definitely more summoners expended from level up than it was from Random 5. Sure, you take away the possibility of the flash body slam for the first few levels from the Gragas, but then your Rakan is sitting down there as DHaze is taking a beating onto LMZ. But yeah, that Rakan is very squishy. He's gonna be sitting onto a killer lane versus a Lucian Brom, and I'm expecting when that level 2 hits, oh, they're gonna go forward, baby.
Absolutely, and as Wild Rabbit's going to do exactly that. He managed to get the charge down. So far, so good, I think, from the mid lane side of things. Syndra building himself up a little bit of room, and that's DeHaze taking on LMZ in the mid lane.
And it is going to be quite difficult for the Tristana to try and dodge all these fears thrown into her face from the Syndra. But once this Hex Ring comes online, it's going to be able to be a much better lane the second you jump in. As we do see that Shen is actually replying back to the Kled. Of course, the shield takes a little bit of an importance into the lane because you are an auto-attack champion if you are the Kled. We're going to have a very, very brief pause right there and unpausing instantly. But yeah, I just want to focus on the fact that Hop does have the body slam but does not have that flash, and you generally want to be an early game aggressive jungler onto that Gragas, especially when you have all these high priority lanes onto your side. If you look on the map, top lane has priority, bot lane has priority. You can literally move wherever you want, and remember what you said, when you do have the priority with the Gragas, you can start invading. But the one who's invading right now, it is going to be Attila on that Echo with absolutely zero priority on the lanes around him. I don't think it's going to matter, though, because he's sneaking underneath the Gragas' nose.
Yeah, that Gragas has definitely drunk up a little bit too much in that top side of the jungle, as he's going to let potentially this red buff slip away from his grasp. However, on the top lane, this is all thanks to, I believe that's LB and Z. Doing really well. Oh no, it looks like he will actually just get the red buff in time there, but now in a precarious position as he's stuck between Gragas and a hard place. And at the moment, it does look like we switch the feed back towards the jungle. Attila
Tristana!
A little bit of heal, but it is the Tristana making her way forward. And the bot lane, we've got a couple of exchanges, but it is going to be a potential first blood. And yes, that does get secured by Hop Hop Jr.
And that's exactly the situation we talked about. Sure, you're gonna grab the red buff, and when Gragas sees you, you're gonna need the backup from your lanes. You can't. Pat is stuck underneath his top lane tower because Lubens is pushing him to the maximum, so he cannot leave his lane. In the mid lane, the lane is absolutely dead even, but LMZ gets the roam first. That means Attila has absolutely no business being in the enemy top quadrant of the jungle. He does it anyway, ends up paying with his life. Sure, LMZ is not going to grab an assist, but this Gragas that lost his flash super early into the game has his first kill, and maybe the second one here.
Yeah, it looks like
Wait, what?
Chica is in a difficult situation as Gragas makes his way forward, but he will be able to get the secure there.
Alright.
George, it does look like Hop Hop is stuck between a rock and a hard place at the moment, as it is going to be Attila trying jungle a little bit. This time he takes one step back, and it does look like Hop Hop is going to be able to make it out as LBMZ makes his way forward in time to prevent a possible kill on his jungler.
I think this could have potentially been a very easy reply had DeHaze moved away from his mid lane. He had LMZ underneath his tower. He had that priority down the mid lane. He could potentially leave and try to wrap around Hop Hop and grab not just the kill for himself, but also the red buff, which would have done his lane that bit easier. But Attila alone cannot really chase down this drunken crazy guy inside his jungle, and it is going to be yet again the Gragas grabbing the second kill. And that flash from Pat Kita from the top lane, a little bit questionable. It's like he kind of flashed into the face of Hop Hop, getting a very easy body slam. I think he tried to kind of flash the body slam, but in the end he ended up flashing on the face of the Gragas. A little bit questionable, maybe a misstep right there. Let's see if he's gonna cost him, because he's sitting at this moment in the top lane against the Sen, who he's losing against without any summoners at all.
Yeah, definitely a questionable play in the top lane. Hopefully going to be able to recover from it. But at the moment, as things stand, as we cross to around about the 6.5 minute mark, it is Random 5. 2-0 in the lead. In terms of gold advantage, they're sitting about 600 ahead of their opposition. So it's going to really be up to level up's late game to see if they're going to be able to come out on top. Because right now, it looks like Hop Hop is sitting on a ward, and he's not going to be able to do too much, and returns back to his jungle.
And that's great vision being taken right there from the side of Level Up, because you did have that Rakan in the bot lane who was summonerless and is very prone to getting ganked really easily, especially when you have the Lucian and Brom lane down there. So you do want to keep him safe at all times. So you are gonna have to take your vision a little bit further inside the jungle to try and spot Gragas to know when he's coming for you. He has been spotted again going towards that mid lane. He's gonna wrap around, take his blue buff, and potentially we're gonna be seeing yet another gank because his flash is now up and available. Oh boy.
Well, now there's a big exchange going on in the top lane. There's Patika taking on LBNZ. Patika that looks like he's gonna be able to come out on top with this one.
Wait.
And now that's going to put him in a little bit of a precarious position, as it is the dash and flash that gets out for LBNZ.
Ooh, that was a missed shot right there by Pat. It could have meant Lubin's death, but now Skull is up and available, and he might get what he missed just a while ago.
Dodges down. This should be it, as it's going to be Patika getting one back for a level up on the top side.
I mean, excuse me, but I felt like Lubins was taunting Pat. He said right there, he was like, yeah, fine. You tried to get the kill on me, but you couldn't. I'm going to try to taunt really close to your tower. Might not get you, but then Skull comes back. You know, that verbally abused, whatever it is, it looks like a dinosaur from Kled. It's going to come up. He's going to mount it, and he does get that kill in return. On the other hand, though, they are going to get a very, very easy Infernal Dragon, one of the most important dragons into the game. And of course, going in the hands of a team with so much burst and damage potential is going to be deadly in the next fights to come.
Especially when you're just talking about two ADCs potentially in the game. That Infernal's definitely going to stack up in the favor of Random 5 in a big way. And at the moment, things are shaping up quite nicely for them. I think what they're going to need to look to do is try get some kind of lane control. What lane are they actually going to push in terms of objectives at the moment?
He's been spotted.
It does look like once again it is going to be Attila potentially overextending himself here. He does have his ultimate, but it's the body slam that managed to find its way in.
Ooh.
He will charge over the wall, and it's going to be the follow-up from Hop Hop, but it's going to be LMZ just to be able to follow through with a potential shutdown as bomb will ignite. Will he be able to get away here?
Boom.
With his life? No, it doesn't look like it as LMZ picks himself up. Yet another kill.
So that Tristana is gonna start hurting a lot. You see that D-Haste is going with the defensive approach, which I don't agree with. Playing against that Tristana, sure, he has the all-in potential, but it's very telegraphed where the Tristana is going to rocket jump to. The second she jumps right there, you can throw out Scatter the Weak, stun her in place, and put down the pain yourself. By D-Haste going towards the Seeker's Arm Guard right there, stacking that armor against the two ADCs, I feel like it's a little bit too overprotective of himself, because he does definitely not need it. You need that Luden's Echo. That's why you are that AP mate in the mid lane. You need to be able to pressure the lane super fast out, push wave after wave, so you can be able to roam together with Attila into the jungle and create havoc all over Random 5. Something that we haven't seen, and this is a big question mark for me about D-Haste, because then again, when he did have the priority into his lane, he did not move to chase Hop Hop when he was in the jungle of Attila. Shelly is gonna get popped and give a lot of money to Wild Rabbit.
Absolutely. We asked ourselves the question, which one would this go over to in terms of the lane push? They deciding to go into this top lane, and it was a perfectly timed rotation there from the bottom lane to work towards the top, pick up that Shelly at around about the 10-minute mark just as it spawned, and now great rotations in terms of Random 5 to keep this pressure up against Level Up.
And I mean, I get it. If you're Level Up, you definitely want to get towards the more late game stages of the game. I get it. You need the 2-3 items onto Uzziah. You need the Luden's Echo to come through from D-Haste. But that Echo, he is going to be your early game power. But Lubens is in a lot of trouble.
Well, he's blocking out a lot of damage as well at the moment, but it does look like a good turret exchange will come through from Panjay and Neka, who picked themselves up a kill in the bottom lane. But to be honest, it would be a completely different one for me if Attila was playing just a little less aggressively. He's been jumping into the opposition's jungle. He hasn't been getting follow through from his mid laner. And to be honest, I think we might have seen a different start and a potentially really good one for level up. Even though they're not so far behind in terms of gold at the moment, they are down on an Infernal and they are down on that tower.
I'm gonna sort of disagree with you. I felt like the pressure Attila was exerting in the first half of the game that we've seen was really well created. Had D-Haste gone with him into the jungle, you had the priority, you had already pushed your wave, you were underneath LMZ's tower, so there's no way that Tristana is gonna be able to get anything from you. But in the end, it was LMZ who managed to roam first every single time. And of course, not being able to have your Kled support right there, because he's always on the back foot, but right now he's on the front foot.
It does look like the Unstoppable Force is going to be able to come in here from the clear. There's going to be a Wild Rabbit that gets chased towards his tower. He will stay up for now as the heal will get popped. Panjay gets knocked low. The Ignite will take and he down. As on the other side of things, it's going to be the casket that falls in every single direction. And it's the follow-up through of the feathers that land their way forward. Hop might get out with his life, but it might just stay up for a little bit longer as Attila tries to get out. LMZ is on his way.
Ooh, and that's a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Random 5. They only lose their ADC and could potentially be losing even more right here.
It looks like they're going to collapse once again. They might have thought they went back home, but it is going to be Tarango on the back foot. He puts up the shield, and that will be enough to mitigate enough damage. It is a potential rotation here from D-Haste, but no, will revert back to his lane as LMZ keeps the pressure going towards tower.
He grabs a really big shutdown right there for himself. He grabs the blue buff. This is going to be a walk in the park lane right now for this Syndra. And as you can see, it sort of becomes a different situation. We were expecting LMZ to go towards the defensive route, to go towards that Hexdrinker, keep himself safe, potentially go with the barrier, maybe the heal against the Syndra. It is D-Haste on that Syndra who's gone for the barrier, who's gone for the Seeker's Arm Guard as his first item. He is the one fearing Tristana and not the other way around as it should be. And I'm scratching a little bit in my head there thinking, is D-Haste doing everything in his power to take the game through that mid lane where he should be? And the answer so far is no. Sure, he manages to find Hop roaming around the wrong side of the jungle and grabs the kill for himself right there, but I have not seen any crazy plays coming from him yet.
Well, talking about crazy plays, it does look like Turanga and Hop are going to be making their way around their opposition jungle. Potential opportunity might fall to them to collapse on D-Haste, who's built himself up enough protection when it comes down to armor, but it is going to get the Predator that does get popped. Hop makes his way forward, and just like that, D-Haste will get mitigated low. Hop gets out with his life, but it is the stun that gets knocked down onto Patika. Patika now will shotgun his way a bit further, but shotgun shells are not going to get you out of that situation when the entire team collapses right down upon you.
Ooh, another 2-for-0 for Random 5, and this time none of them dies. They do have their double ADC composition sitting down mid lane. They're going to start chopping these towers so quickly, and you do see what happens when that Tristana and Lucian dive into the fray. That Syndra has absolutely no chance of staying alive, and this is why I'm right there scratching my head, because if you're playing the Syndra, you can't go towards the defensive route. You can't be scared of getting jumped on. You need to be careful of your positioning, something that D-Haste was not careful of right there.
Once again, it's going to be Attila trying to get that knockdown on his opposite number. It's a barrier, but not in time, as it's going to be a kill that will go in favor of level up. That once again starts with aggressive play from Attila.
And we thought that Random 5 had all the aces up their sleeves. They had the double ADC, knocking down the mid lane tower. But it is an amazing, yet again, engage from Panjay. Very proficient onto that Rakan. That not only is going to give them a kill onto Wild Rabbit, but also is going to open up the map for them as tier 1 mid lane tower is gonna go down. This is where the vision starts moving deeper and deeper into Random 5's territory, into the jungle. This is where you're gonna have absolute control of the river and its objectives, and the next Dragon Nick is going to be an Infernal, so this is gonna be huge for level up.
Absolutely crucial, and you got to ask yourself the question, will LBNZ's TP come up in time? His ultimate currently down as well, so when we get that next dragon, which, like you mentioned, is that Infernal, will he be able to utilize his tools? I think they should be able to come back in time in terms of his TP. So definitely a very, very important priority for both of these teams. Double Infernal in the hands of R5 with their 2 ADC combo, going to be very dangerous. Whereas on the other side of things, we might have missed that opportunity to call out the level up Mountain Drake, which came into the fore there, pushing down that mid turret, and definitely will be something to look out for when it comes on to the latter stage of the game.
I mean, at this point, since you have lost your mid lane tower, you definitely cannot pressure the mid lane wave really quickly outside because you don't have that safety of your own tower behind you. And at this point, Neka is way too fed. He's got that Essence River down very close to the Infinity Edge. Hop is looking to get a flank onto Panjay, but he has been spotted by a ward, and this is the situation every time. Hop might be getting the kills because he does have the burst, but the vision that Level Up put down.
Keep an eye on Attila here.
He's onto the
flank. He does have an
flank.
opportunity to cast a shield. There is DeHaze trying to get those balls up in time. It is the call out to go and attack, as Sun will be able to land. Turanga, good. You're out of the game for now, good sir, as he returns down to the darkness that is the realm, the fit of those who perish in the Summoner's Rift.
And as I was talking about how important is the vision that Level Up have set down so they can get these flanks, so they can know where Hop is coming from. That's exactly what they use to wrap around and get this Echo and Syndra to be useful for the team. A beautiful stun right there. Turanaga will actually try to defend his ADC and kind of fall doing so, but I mean, the objective right there was to keep the Lucian alive, and he did that very successfully. Did end up going down, and you need to start thinking what is going wrong right here. And as you can see, the vision from the red side is all the way after the river. Now, this is not where you need to be setting up your vision when your tier 1 mid lane tower and bot lane tower are down. You need to play a bit more defensive with your vision because Level Up are gonna try to wrap around you. So take your vision a bit of a step back because you're not the one flanking them, they're the ones flanking you. But at this point, I might be wrong.
Yeah, it does look like they've lost out a little bit of the vision around that pit, but it's going to be a bursting his way forward. Double charge his way through. He does have some kind of reinforcements in his teammates, trying to get the shield up on him. How is LMZ staying alive at the moment, as it's eventually Panjay that follows through with the ignite? On the bottom side of things, it's going to be LMZ trying to fight his way between 3 as he picks up 1. On the bottom side, there is action all over the screen as LBZ picks himself up 1, but it is going to be Tarango with his teammate trying to dodge out of the situation. Patika finds himself in the middle. Will they decide to charge him down? At the moment, Patika extends himself potentially a little bit too far as a little bit of dancing takes place around the dragon pit.
Oh, they both warned this infernal dragon, and TPs might be coming in. We see a replay here, and how in the world does LMZ end up staying out? Panjay to the rescue yet again, dashes forward, gets that ignite down onto that Tristana and manages to grab a kill for himself, pays with his life, and D-Haste is also going to go down. LMZ coming in clutch, and Attila is going to steal the dragon.
Fantastic play there from Attila as he jumps on in, takes that Drake and says thank you. Gets himself one of their Infernal Drakes back in their back pocket.
I mean, that was pretty ballsy right there from Attila. He did have his ultimate, of course. All he had to do was pretty much try. You dash in, you try your luck with the 50-50 smite, and Hop, I'm not sure if he had the smite up and available for him right there. So that was a little bit of a questionable situation if he didn't. Now, the swap is gonna come through. Baron is up and available since we're minute 20 and 43 seconds. And here we see it again. Oh, Smite is up and available, but Hopfop is a little bit far away. And we're going to see that he pops the barrel in, and it's that 50-50 that Attila ends up winning right there, getting him and securing them the second dragon for the team. And Level Up are not giving up. I was a little bit questioning. Oh,
it does look like Panjay might find himself a bit curious, but it's a double stun. It's going to find its way here for Haste. It is going to be the random 5 team that need to backtrack here, but damage has been laid down. This might be a call out for the Unstoppable Force to be able to make its way forward. It is Patika that does not manage to connect, as it is going to be random 5 backing up to base.
And here you kind of start seeing the Syndra coming online. I still don't understand the meaning behind the Seeker's Arm Guard. I don't think you have to be that scared of a Tristana yet or a Lucian. It could have been built further later into the game and grab your Luden's Echo first, push the waves a little bit further faster, have a little bit more pressure towards these neutral objectives, and help your Echo inside the jungle as well when he's going for his shenanigans, when he was actually trying to invade Hop into his own jungle. Now, I think this is where it starts getting a little bit tricky, because what Level Up wants to do is try to isolate members of Random 5 and kill them up one by one. You've got the Syndra that's high damage, and this is what's going on right here for LMZ. They're trying to isolate him, but Sen...
But it looks like Shen's going to be able to come up with a taunt in this one too. For Level Up as DeHaze finds himself knocked out. On the other side of things, Attila is working his way forward. LMZ now might just be able to pick this one up as Patika finds himself wedged between two. The shotgun shell's not going to be able to do much as the rabbit cleans him up and he says, I'll take down some clean lettuce, as the Lucian picks himself up a kill.
That's a double ADC composition, Nick. It could be Baron. Oh my god!
It could be Baron, but it does look like it is going to be the team from Level Up. Nika and Attila are the feathers get locked down, but will the stun follow through? Does not look like it will come in time, as this one should just slow them down from making a Baron call.
Whoa, and actually it stopped them from doing the Baron. That was an absolutely insane ultimate coming down from the Braum right there to try and stun both. But Neka, he is having an incredible performance into this game. His Zarya gameplay is beyond godlike into this game. I think single-handedly he is the one that's keeping Level Up into this game. And I was saying that Level Up usually want to be isolating members of Random 5 and killing them off one by one. You know, you have the Kled, you can chase someone down. You've got the spheres coming in from DeHaze. You can completely finish someone off. Then you have your assassin in the likes of Echo. You can bear someone from 100 to 0 down before the Shen shield comes in. And then you've also consumed the Shen ultimate and you've taken a member down, which means that it's a win-win scenario for you. What happened right there is while Pat was trying to wrap around and help DeHaze, DeHaze kind of took a step back as the wave was falling off, which means that Pat has absolutely no word in what was happening. A jump from LMZ forward together with the Shen was what took DeHaze down. This is why I'm saying over and over again, Syndra is a very powerful weapon that needs to position absolutely correctly. Your barrier is not going to save you, and definitely not your Seeker's Arm Guard. So I feel like DeHaze has been caught out of position a little bit in this game, and I just want to see the rest of Level Up stepping up, because Neka has been absolutely godlike into this game.
Absolutely fantastic play from Neka, managing to maintain and currently looking at 5-1 in terms of the 3 ADCs on the field, doing pretty solid for himself at the moment. Now, around the Baron, we get to dance as we get to see what is going to go down between these two teams. It has been warded as Hop tries to clear that one out for Random 5. I think this is going to be the objective that we need to keep an eye on. On the other side of things, Patika, he is located on the bottom side of the map. He does not have that TP available, whereas Shane's mobility across the board is looking pretty good in terms of his global as well as his TP, should he need to make any decisions.
That's exactly what you need to be doing on your Shen right now. If you have a look, the Kled has absolutely no way of entering the fight on the other side of the map. This is the time Random 5 do want to make a play, because Lubitz can TP in with his ultimate and TP out with his summoner spell to go and defend at whatever shenanigans Pat is at. So all you need to do right now is start pressuring around this Baron. You do have the double AD composition. Take all the vision available for Level Up, which is what Hop is doing right here, and start pressuring them into face shaking. You cannot face check a Braum Gragas composition. This is going to be deadly, but you do have spheres and you do have some key tools available for the side of Level Up to try and clean up the area and see if actually Random 5 is onto that Baron, because once they're onto that Baron, that double AD composition is going to shine through.
Absolutely, it's definitely going to melt that one down quite quickly. We still do have that Ocean Drake available and up for grabs. It around for quite some time. Hop just going to be able to secure the scuttle to get that vision in and around the environment. So far, it does look like the rotation's coming in for an LMZ. He might find himself in a little bit of a precarious situation there, but he does jump over towards the golems just to get out. And you can feel the tension between both of these teams. This one really can go either way. And I have to say, I'm quite largely impressed with Level Up Gaming so far.
I'm quite impressed with the bot lane, I would say, specifically from Level Up. I feel it is what's keeping them alive into this game so far. Panjay is absolutely fantastic onto his engages with the Rakan. Neka is so good. I'm saying again, so good onto the Zarya that I have a feeling no matter who wins right here, Random 5 need to take that champion off of his hands and absolutely not allow Panjay onto this Rakan.
Here we go. It does look like a hop is going to be jumping in and getting in the engage, but potential double stun on their opposition as the Drake will actually get picked up eventually, but it is Level Up that look low on health, and it is going to be LMZ find his way forward towards the battle as the pings go towards the Baron pit.
Lubens has been caught on the other side of the map. He does have 2 tools to join the fight if so he wishes. And I think that is a very, very dangerous Baron call because you don't really have any ultimates. Your Cask is down, Lucian ult is down. And on the other hand, Echo has ult, Kled has ult, Panjay also has his own one. And I'm not sure what you're trying to find there. I think they're trying to bite on a little bit more than they can chew right here from the side of Random 5 because Level Up have more tools right now to make that engage happen for them, and all the disengaged tools are kind of gone from the side of Random 5.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky here from Random 5, and that's why they give them a little bit of room that their opposition deserves at this point, as a couple of backs might get called out here, but nobody wants to leave the fight just yet, as it's going to be Attila testing the waters there. He might get a stun landed here, but that's once also not going to be able to land in place. So who knows? It comes down to DeHace to try and get the stuns through. And just like that is Patika backing himself off. Wow, both of these teams are dodging bullets.
I feel like we kind of in the NA playstyle right here. We're kind of playing ARAM at this side of the jungle. They're chilling over there. It's like, okay, who's going to get the 100% to 0 off first? And DeHace is kind of like overstepping his boundaries. He's trying to get that very important scatter the weak on a carry of Random 5, but by doing that, don't forget Hop's ultimate is back up. His flash is back up, and Neka has been caught.
The feathers get thrown down, but the stun is not going to be able to connect as Neka does get himself caught, and that means he's going to be on the back foot, so no extra escape tool coming in there from Neka, and this is a very precarious position considering that the heal is also down for Neka at this point, and that will give the call out for the Baron to begin.
And that's where you pressure. You try to bait that TP from the Kled in. You try to bait Neka to come close, and then you flash body slam onto them. The Baron is going down really fast. Wait, what's the bloodbath doing there?
Very quick. DeHace is going to be charged down on the opposite side. DeHace now trying to get himself out, but it is Attila that finds his way forward. He will going to keep it going on the other side of things. Hop is going to find himself in a 1v1 Neka, and he comes out on top. On the top side of things, it is going to be LMZ with very, very low health. It is DeHace now with the balls to be able to do the damage, but he knocks up the stun, and it's going to be Wild Rabbit that finds himself staring down the hole. LBNZ comes through just in time, but he sees his teammate falling over. It is going to be a 1v2 situation. LBNZ not looking good just yet as the double taunt will land, but it is going to all come up in top of Level Up.
Oh my god, Level Up coming through with the ace, and they're gonna try to get down the dragon. I feel like LMZ overstepped his boundaries right there, trying to chase the haste. Don't forget, this guy has flash, he has the barrier, he has a ton of damage to throw into your face. And right there, when 2 members of Random 5 were backing off, only Shen was the one to actually take the bullet and go back to base and go full HP. The rest 3 of them actually stayed, and again, an amazing engage from Panjay is gonna give this team what they need. He's gonna grab the kills, he's gonna knock them up, he's gonna lock them down in place, and it is going to be an ace and a Baron for Level Up. Something I was not expecting to hear. And so far, the 2 that have let me down the most for both these teams are the mid laners. They find themselves in such pinched situations where it's no wonder why they don't have such a huge impact. Sure, LMZ took DeHace way out of the fight, but mind you, there was a fight where Syndra and Rakan were all together in the jungle being chased by LMZ. On the other side of the map towards the mid lane, it was Hop Hop trying to kill Nekka that had no Featherstorm available, takes his stopwatch as well, and then the rest of the map was fighting on its own. So it was this chaotic fight, which I feel like was a little bit too much at stake for both teams for them to take such a chaotic fight completely. And remember, we said the level up are the ones that want to split up the fight. They're the ones that have the assassins. They're the ones that have the Syndra. They're the ones that have the Zarya Rakan that can withstand their own as a two-man unit. And that's what they did, and it was very successful.
Very, very successful, but now it is Random 5 that are grouping as a unit, trying to burst their way down the mid, but they realize they might just have a little bit of a race in there. As on the top side of things, it is going to be level up with the empowered minions being able to knock down these towers almost immediately. And this is what we talked about, Georgia, right at the beginning of today's play, of saying who is going to be the one to set the tone here today. And this match has set a lovely tone for us here for Season 10. And at the moment, it is level up, pressuring on the top side to get that tower down. But it's the haste that is going to have to pop. I believe that is his stopwatch on the... Oh no, it is the hourglass on the other side of things. As the knockup's going to be able to follow through. As Random 5 find them back foot, it is going to be Tunagan trying to get his way back. But they will pick up a kill here on the Kled. But level up should be able to get this inhibitor.
And oh my goodness, there's only 3 members left alive. And can't they defend? It's just the Lucian and the Gragas with a little bit of damage.
It looks like they're going to keep it going as the knockup will find its way forward. It is going to be follow through coming in here from level up. They should be able to clean this one up as there's only 2 Random 5 players left up for them. Let's see what these 2 big booming cannon minions are going to be able to do.
Oh, you don't have the range to clear those out. The next person available for Random 5 is going to be the mid laner in 12 seconds. And I don't think they have the time, Nick.
They definitely don't have the time as well. Rabbit will find himself on the back foot, and that is very first game, the very first match, going over to level up to knock down one map around from the defending champions. Ooh. Random 5.
Wow, back to us, Nick, and oh my goodness, I saw the compositions and I was like, right, this is a Random 5 composition. They're gonna get in, they're gonna smash them, they know exactly what they want. They have the 2 ADCs, they have the aggressive mid lane, the aggressive jungler, they've got the insurance in the back of the Shen, they've got the Lucian Brom lane, and
Pringles.
We're gonna go into a quick break. That's what I was about to say. I wasn't, but we're gonna go into a quick break and we're gonna break it down right when we're back. Stay tuned.
Thing. Pringles might come in cans. I now come in maximum leveled armor. Hit me.
Nah, I don't think it's a good idea.
Come on, hit me.
Okay. Come on. Whoa! I guess Chips has left the game then.
Remember where it started. Your first experiences. The journey you traveled. The journey you love. Remember where it started. And imagine where it will go. Rise on.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Sitting on a bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I see what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even realize I've already made a path, and I can change it anytime, I can't take it back. I know what I want, but it seems so damn far away. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I am power, those who myself day after day, it's trying to prove it. No days off, keep us moving. Wanna see you be what you want it to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody.
Standing in the clouds and all thinking, yeah. Remind myself, just let go. Don't wonder how far I can fall. Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out. Never fade out. Oh, 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 oh. Shooting through the clouds, I know it's alright, it's alright. Heavens are the limit now. Let's fly just one more night, one more night. Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out. Never fade out. Oh, oh,
Sarah, I hurt myself today trying to make the pain go away. Sarah, I want to fade away, be with the stars in outer space. You come and you go, you take me high, you take me low, but I don't know how to do this on my own anymore. Oh no, now it's Molly for the melancholy. Could he fill a hole inside me? Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Now it's Xannies till I know my psyche. Cocaine just to feel my heartbeat. Nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Sarah. Sarah, why you leaving me? Sarah, I lost myself today trying to find ways to make you stay. Sarah, I want to go away, close my eyes, never wake up again. You come and you go, you take me high, you take me low, but I don't know how to do.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to ESL Southeast Europe Championship Season 10. Of course, I'm here, together with Nick. And we saw our first, I'm gonna call it upset, because like it or not, these guys are the defending champions and they just lost to the third seed that came through the qualifiers.
Absolutely. I think that's very fair to call this one an upset. I mean, Random 5 defending champions taking on this level up team that did exactly that. They leveled up their game. They came back from what might have been a disadvantage in the beginning. They were down 2-0. They looking like some of their jungling was a bit questionable at times, or potentially the roaming of their mid laner. I think we had a little bit of a disagreement between that. But still, I believe that this is going to set a great tone for us in the next one. Who knows? We might see a potential match 3. But I believe, Georgia, we're crossing straight through to the picks and bans.
And both of the teams still have the exact same sides. So I do see level up on the blue side. And unless the Xayah is banned right here from Random 5, I do want to see pick them up again. Neka was absolutely breathtaking on this champion, single-handedly. Him and Panjay, the bot lane wounded duo, kept level up alive to the point where I think they were the sole reason they won this game.
Yeah, and Random 5 seem to think elsewise. They go Syndra ban there and say,
There you go.
Thank you very much. I'll take that Xayah almost immediately. So it heads over to Random 5. And let's see, maybe they'll pick a different priority this time around. I think they've still got a few options when it comes down to their picks. Who knows, we might be able to see that super buff Fiora coming into play. Or who knows, I'd love to be able to see a Zac jungle. Nobody wants to pick it up though.
I don't know if we're gonna say Zac jungle, but my problem, I was about to say, I'd like to see a Kai'Sa and Nautilus being locked in right here and play even more aggressive towards the bot lane of level up, because Aureliona, it does the exact same thing versus the Xayah Rakan lane. You lock down the Rakan, you beat him up with the Kai'Sa, GG, well played, go next. What I did like in the previous draft is that you do pick a very aggressive bot lane, the likes of Lucian and Braum, something that can kill the Xayah Rakan combo pre-level 6, and they never utilized it. They never used the vision that they had on Attila to try and play a little bit more aggressive towards the bot side. And in result, Panjay and Neka, after the left laning phase, they were breathtaking. Panjay's engages with that Rakan, his engage and disengages were absolutely astonishing. And they're gonna look in the Aatrox versus Renekton, an absolutely skill matchup if they both choose to go against each other. And these are kind of the top laners that have transitioned into the mid lane that we talked about before, but I have a feeling right here that we could potentially be seeing either them in the mid lane and something like in the likes of Rumble or even Vladimir in the top side, or transition these two guys into the top side and get the AP made mid laners, because right now both of these teams are lacking a little bit of AP mixed damage right there.
Yeah, I'd love to see that no mana top lane between the Aatrox taking on a Renekton. It's a match, as you mentioned, really comes down to the skill of the user in the back pocket, as we do see the Kled actually getting banned out there and Elise on the other side of things. So we wait for 2 more bans to come in, but definitely missing some mana from the, some AP from this matchup. And we do have a couple of options left over to us. I mean, on the jungle side of things, we've got that Gragas. I'm not too sure if it was so effectively used. We saw some decent counter engagements. However, we didn't see the engaging Gragas that we all love to see when it gets quite aggressive. So what do we...
I have the feeling that...
we get the cannon?
Yeah, I have the feeling that it was kind of like a mix and match between Level Up and Random 5. If you take the top side map of Random 5 and combine it with the bot side map of Level Up, then you have a very nice performing team. Now, I feel like the bot side of Random 5 definitely underperformed versus the top side of Level Up, which I also think underperformed. So I think that both of these sides need to step up, especially right now that on the side of Random 5 you do have the Leona Kai'Sa. You need to start playing a little bit more aggressive. You need to try to pin down Panjay's Rakan, get his summoners, keep on hitting on him over and over and over again, to the point where you kind of start to push Nekka backwards as well. Now both of these guys have resorted onto the Sylas and Talia. This could potentially be the mid lane, which I believe is going to be the case, at least for the Talia on my side. And I can't wait to see what the junglers are going to be like. Definitely you would like to lock in a Gragas right here. He is a very great pickup, especially from the side of Random 5 again. And I do think Hop did a very great job playing that Gragas. The Sylas is going to resort into the jungle. We're going to see the Poppy in the top side, especially since we have so many people jumping in from the side of Random 5. And if you lock in the Gragas right here, you can add another one to the list.
I absolutely love that pickup of Poppy, and like you mentioned, I don't think we'll be seeing that Sylas in the jungle. Just one of the reasons coming out because of those nerfs, obviously, to the armor, are going to make it a little bit more tricky. So whenever Sylas goes up against an AD, that's always a very, very interesting situation. So especially considering those nerfs coming into his armor side of things. So let's see, will Sylas end up in that mid lane? However, it does look like Nekka is going to be picking up that Poppy, and on the other side, Vlad gets picked up, and I think that's a very, very solid pick going towards the top lane.
Now listen, I thought that we were going to have this skill matchup with the Renekton versus the Aatrox in the mid lane, and that you were going to put the Vladimir up top where he can stay safer and farm against the Poppy, which to me, it made the absolute sense. Apparently Random 5 want to swap these two around and have the Renekton versus the Poppy so he can bull him out of the lane. Now my problem here is, I have a theory with Poppy and playing against AP laners. Back to us, Nick, onto our little studio, let's call it, with the Halloween decorations in the back. Yours looks a little bit plain, but that's okay. We'll fix that. Yeah, so what I'm thinking, okay, as Lubin swaps last minute his teleport for Ignite, so we do know he's gonna play for these kills. He's gonna try to force Pat on this Poppy way back onto his lane. Now my theory with Poppy is that you're generally a champion that wants to build probably Mercs, so you can avoid CC, into something like a Sandfire Cake and maybe a Gauntlet, into a Dead Man's Plate, and so on and so on. Now, all these items, what they have in common is armor. So if you are stuck on a side lane with an AD laner, it's really easy for you to withstand through that AD damage that's coming towards you from that laner. If you do put the Vladimir though up top side, the Poppy is gonna suffer towards the mid game of that laning phase. Let's say not necessarily mid game, but mid game of the laning phase. She's gonna suffer because she's gonna have to build items that don't necessarily fit her kit the most. So this is why I'm a little bit iffy when Poppy is picked and then there's an AP laner that could potentially go up top, but then it ends up in the mid lane. But we're gonna see how this is gonna go. And also find that the fact that you're gonna put your Vladimir versus the Aatrox. Aatrox is really strong. He has an extremely good wave clear ability. It was buffed in the recent patch 9.19, and he has a great wave clear ability, which means that Attila might actually this time have help from D-Haste after the wave is pushed.
All right, so I mean, going down into this one, once again, I want to find out, Georgia, from your side of things. Are you leaning in favor of any one of these teams when it comes down to the pure comps alone?
Okay, so before I did take the side of Random 5, but to be honest with you, you're giving back yet again as we do move into Summoner's Rift. You give a winning lane, the exact same champions, to the guys who beat you down in the previous game. And I'm talking specifically about Neka and Panjay down in that bot lane. And they've got the exact same champions they dismantled you with. So I'm gonna go in the side of level up this time, and hopefully it's not a caster curse.
Who knows? We might see that game number 3 just yet. But for right now, I think you're absolutely right when it comes down to that bottom lane. Neka and off what they did previously. On the other side of things, Attila, will he keep playing that aggressive jungle role that we've seen from him in the past? And it's quite interesting. I mean, sustain in terms of the jungle with Sylas after this new patch, it's a little bit more tricky to stay around and to be that aggressive. So this time it might force him on the back foot until we see him on that level 6. But at the moment, it doesn't seem to be slowing him down just yet, as it's the haste that makes his way forward. He gets a double. His passive will be able to land on the auto, and they turn their attention back to the red buff. Will Attila be able to secure this just in time? No, it actually goes over to a hop. Attila now on the back foot as he started last time. This time, flashes over the knockup, and they will get out with their lives, but not necessarily proud of that play.
Talia is one of these champions where if you burst your flash, she is going to hunt you down. You do get that Q cooldown, which is extremely low to chase people and poke people down. And right now, Attila, in the last time, he was able to be a winner out of this trade. Because if you remember, Random 5 were the ones invading the bot side quadrant jungle of Attila. And Attila came out winner from this one this time. But I am so happy that Random 5 have put the Vladimir versus the Poppy. It is that kind of thought that I had about the Poppy and AP laners that we're gonna see here come to life. It is going to be, of course, that Klepto Vladimir that a lot of people dread having against them in lane. Sure, it's a little bit less burst, a little bit less damage, a little bit less mobility than any other rune would provide him, but coming towards that mid game, he has so much more gold than his opponent laner that he comes into a fight and you're like, wait, when was this beast created and why? Because I've had him invade in lane, but at some point he comes out being a winner. So I enjoy the swap right here. I think what Random 5 did is they put their laners into whatever they were most comfortable on. So if Lubins wants to play the Renekton rather than LMZ, that's what they did and swap them around. Now the problem right here is that the top laner can transition into mid lane much easier than a mid laner can in the top lane. Top lane is, let's say, an island of its own. It's played in a very specific way. Wave management is a top priority, and sometimes when we see these, even from like even bigger leagues, when we see these mid-top swaps, you do see that the mid laner is going to struggle a little bit more managing the way you're going to pressure and push that top lane wave.
Absolutely, that wave management, a key side of the top side, and at the moment, ZS has got his entire wave pushing up against his opposition tower, and at the moment it is going to be a hop trying to execute the jungle down on the opposite side of things. I don't even think Attila's actually picked up his red buff just yet as he makes moves towards that side. Hop, getting a significant advantage after that battle in the early game where his team managed to come up on top of that smite and come up on top of that little victory of picking up the red buff on their side of things. I think it's going to be an interesting pressure game here from Random 5 in the early stages. Let's see how level 5 is going to be able to react.
Hopefully this time it is going to translate as well, because I feel like Hop's start is going to be a 3-buff start for them, which is incredibly good. If you are the Talia that burst the flash out of the Sylas has been denied most of his jungle. Now you're ahead experience, you're ahead gold, you're ahead in 3 buffs. So he is going to be able, as we get a good zoom at the 2 mid laners right now, and back out we go. He is going to get the second blue buff of the game. I don't think necessarily Hop needed to do this right now. All he needed to do was keep his blue buff warded so in case Attila was trying to make a move into that bot quadrant, he would be able to react and take it for himself. I don't necessarily think that he should have doubled up onto the blue buffs since he stole away one from Attila. Keep it for yourself, expense the first one, and then try to go for the second one. Oh boy, they're gonna regret that.
Who makes his way forward as the shield will put up. Turanga's trying to get out of the way of the get stunned. Wild Rabbit getting out with a slither of life.
And we have seen that in the previous game, Random 5's bot lane was not trying to make any aggressive moves. Here they are, but they have absolutely no vision. The fact that Attila was pressured back, that lost his flash. Oh, hold on, because we have a noodle fight. Oh!
The pull will actually get called out. That's going to slow down Patika, but he might just take a turret shot as he takes one step back here. And LMZ says, collect that shield coin for you. On the bottom side of things, it doesn't look like the action's going to stop as Wild Rabbit is going to fling himself forward. Hop up now, gets the first blood on his opposite number as there's going to be Panjay that falls down and Neka just gets to watch.
Ooh, that was literally less than a centimeter probably right there as he throws everyone away except LMZ.
Patika finding himself getting knocked down because he misses out on the... He mistimes the knockaway, and just like that, that's going to open up some room on the bottom side as Random 5 look to secure the first Drake yet again.
That's a huge feels bad, man, as Attila is jumping in 1v3.
They're all very low at the moment, but
haste?
Patika gets the stun. He stays up in life. Then looks like 3 will get knocked down. They try to follow through on LMZ, but it's Dash that finds his way forward. Panjay might be able to get an auto, but I don't think those chains are going to be able to knock it down. Huge plays there from Level Up coming up in clutch.
And it was a great thought, a great play from Random 5. LMZ had just killed the Poppy into the top side. He had no TP to get back up there. And on the other hand, Random 5 had completely dispatched off the Rakan down bot. So it was the correct play. What they were lacking was HP. So even though there were 2 members that could not follow up, your HP at Lubin's... Okay.
Lubin's now trying to make his way forward, but it's the haste that's trying to get himself away from Hop the pot. But will it be enough as Attila fights his way forward? He now finds himself needing to run away as it looks like staring away
Panjay
from LMZ and Hop Up trying to fight their way forward. It is the Hop Up that doesn't connect with all those shots, but Panjay now trying to filter his way through. It is Patika that potentially going to make his way over the wall as it comes up in time. So will the heal blast his way forward? Patika trying to hunt down Hop Up as he gets down the stun and the cleanup, and just like that, it's Level Up that take the lead in terms of kills.
And yet again, it is LMZ with the priority top lane, but he decides not to roam. He does have his ultimate available, and yet again, it's Panjay with the big plays right here. Roams away because he knows Neka is going to be fine, but Neka is 1v2ing.
He's 1v2ing as Panjay now makes his way forward, says, buddy, playing solo against 2 under tower. Now DeHaste might just find his way forward as it looks like Panjay tried to filter his way in. R5 will back up in time. Great plays from Level Up. Soon as you think they're on the back foot, it's actually R5 that make the mistakes, and I think that Infernal Drake played a heavy story in what might be here to come.
Exactly, and sometimes you have to sit down and think, okay, we killed 2 people with 3v5 at this point, or I'm sorry, there were 3v4, but then these 3 members that are coming at you have full ultimates, they have full HP bars, and you've got nothing, as Wild Rabbit is going to get caught a little bit right here by Panjay. And yet again, it's a little bit questionable. I'm scratching my head. Why have you let Neka and Panjay on the same 2 champions they dismantled you with in the previous game? At this point, Panjay can roam. Neka does have the Featherstorm. He's going to have the cleanse available in a little bit for him. He can't sit in this lane all alone and nothing will happen to him. He sees that the wave was being frozen against him, so Panjay takes a great stroll down mid lane and frees the pressure of his mid laner, and then they end up grabbing the kill as well, while Neka is just casually 1v2ing the opponent bot lane. So again, a head scratcher, something you definitely don't want to be seeing, same mistakes from the teams, but I guess they felt like maybe with this composition in the bot lane with the Kai'Sa and Leona, they could potentially play a little bit more aggressive and take the advantage. I don't see it here. Neka is playing 1v2 most of the time because Panjay is roaming, and he's 15 CS ahead.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic play from Necker, but it has been Panjay with those engages. Just in terms of his trades, I love to see it from him. Completely getting in with Necker to make sure that they get the shots fired up against their opposition, get the damage, and always keep the pressure on Wild Rabbit, who's clearly struggling to get that farm really going alongside his counterpart in terms of Necker in the ADC. Patika's been phenomenal on this Poppy so far, really hunting down those shots, and I've been overall very impressed with this level up team that we can rightly call the underdogs, but definitely raising the eyebrow in charge of everybody as this Panjay that follows through with the charm, picks up yet another great engage and a good kill going over to Necker.
Exactly, and perfectly timed it again from Panjay. He knows that Wild Rabbit has absolutely no summoners to get away from that. He just has a heal, but it doesn't really matter because once the ignite goes down, the heal is kind of insignificant at this point for them.
Here. The ping goes up towards Renekton. It's another cleanup coming in here from Level Up Gaming, who have just looked phenomenal in the second half of the start of the game.
I'm sorry, but in this one, it doesn't feel like just the bot half of the map is stepping up for level up. It is the entire team. The map is going so much better for Attila this time. He's playing on a very similar champion style. Silas is very similar to the Echo, and he is doing that. It's such a great fast. D-Haste fancies a kill for himself.
He dodges this one down, and he does exactly that. He gets him locked down in the chains, and he says, you know what, you turn to the death lobby too.
Guess what? He did not bat an eye. He had the flash available had he wanted to flash through that knockup from the Talia, but he's like, that's alright, I got this. That's the 1 and 3 Talia right now sitting in the jungle. Hop is not having a great time like he did on this Gragas, which again is a head scratcher, as in why don't you want to play with the Gragas yet again? Why do you want to swap things around? Usually what you do is you want to keep, you know, part of your composition that worked out as Lubens.
Oh, they actually do pick up the Infernal as now Turanga has been extended. To be secure, but it is the knockup that finds its way through from Patika. He puts down the shields as it's going to finally be LMZ that finds his way into the fight, but this should be a decent disengage as Level Up get themselves a Drake and trade 1-for-1.
Hey, 1-for-1, both teleports pulled, and they get the Infernal Dragon. I'd say that this is absolutely worth for Level Up right there. They ban some summoners out as well. But, oh boy.
Once again, it's Panjay that follows his way forward, and it is going to be Necker that cleans up the kill. This bottom lane, absolutely phenomenal. And guess what? It's an execute, and that is got to be bittersweet laughter coming from Panjay.
I think that was a little bit of miscalculated from Panjay. I think that was Caster Curse because we've been praising for the entire best of 3 now, and he goes back to try and protect Necker. Necker would absolutely not die from the second tower shot there, but he wanted to make sure that his AD was going to stay healthy and alive to crack someone tower platings, but...
It's the stuns that follow through all the way down from Attila as he steals the ultimate from Leona, says, have a bunch of sunlight yourself. And unfortunately, the Leona just didn't have the sunglasses to match.
And it's just not really working, is it? Twice now, they're picking those very engaging... Oh!
Potentially overextending here, but we'll be able to get a 3-man knockup. It's
man.
And Haste probably letting the confidence get to his head.
Yeah, that was a little bit too overzealousy there. I mean, sure, you're fed, sure, you're big.
Enjoy the trap, good sir, as that one gets laid, and LMZ...
Ignite?
Not going to be good enough for you.
All right, and yet again, out of the back of Panjay, yet another kill is going to go to the side of... Level Up this time, and they're gonna equalize 1-1, and they're gonna beat onto that mid lane inhibitor tower. So Random 5 is gonna trade the Rift Herald most likely for that mid lane pressure, and is yet again what is going to give you more vision, what's gonna give you the control over that river. Are they gonna go towards that Rift Herald? I don't really think so. It is after minute 14 though, but there's an interesting theory there that when you spend a little bit too much time trying to take the Rift Herald, especially after minute 14, that means you're losing something on the other side of the map. Now, they did swap the bot lane up top for that neutral objective and most likely to take yet another tower. That's why the top lanes are swapped down bot lane as well. But I have the feeling that had they paid a little bit more attention into pushing that mid lane wave first and not kind of tunneling too much on Shelly, which, to be honest with you, the only thing that Shelly can give you at this point is a little bit of tower damage. She's not going to give you turret platings. It's after minute 14. So there was an interesting theory that Frostgreen first came out with, and she said, I think like, you know, a lot of the NA teams, they're going to completely disregard what's happening around the map. They're going to tunnel vision onto Shelly, and they're going to think that that will give them more in return later into the game, which is not the truth, because minions give you more over time that turret platings will give you. Now, if that's possibly a mid lane tower, sure, it's worth it because it gets the map wide open for your team. But we'll have to see where the Shelly is going to end up. They did lose their mid lane tower for this, though.
Yeah, they did lose the mid lane tower, and it looks like the top lane will get removed, or at least the tier 1 tower will get removed. That pause actually coming in because one of the players, unfortunately, their batteries died in their mouse, so rip Twitch, as it looks like he will fall down. That's why one of the things, ladies and gentlemen, always keep yourself prepared with batteries, and hopefully you're preparing yourself with some Pringles as well in the back pocket too. On the back side of the things, however, Georgia, we've had a fantastic series so far in this game, number 1. So far, if you're looking at random 5 side of things, what offers themselves an opportunity here in their toolkit to fight their way back into this one?
To be fair with you, I would be looking at the 2 big carries, which is LMZ on this Vladimir and Wild Rabbit onto Kai'Sa. But Wild Rabbit has kind of let the team down a little bit in the previous best of 3 and in this one as well. The bot lane in general for Random 5 is just not clicking it for me. So I think they need to step up. They need to be that big late game carry, as the Leona is getting caught right here, but...
Just a tickle from Panjay, who says, you know what, I'm here once again. We've been engaging all day. I just thought I'd... For right now, it is Panjay walking his way forward as Shelly takes down 1 in the mid tower. Let's see how much that is going to be able to knock down as almost half of the HP of the second tower gets removed. It is the backing up from the level up team that calls into question, will they make a move now for the Drake?
I guess that was okay for them, but they do trade the top lane tower as well, and that Vladimir is going to be getting more and more fed. I think if I was Random 5 right now, I would put all my chips onto LMZ's square, onto this Vladimir. You want him fed, you want him big, and you want him to flank for you. I don't know.
Pringles? Are you putting all your Pringles on the Vladimir?
I was putting my casino chips on him, not actual crisps. Come on.
Not your Pringles then today.
No, my Pringles, I'll eat them. I'll put my casino chips on him. He's waiting in base, hopefully for a flank TP. That's what I'm thinking right now. And they all want to go for this dragon. I'm not sure what the dragon is yet and how important it is going to be for both of the teams, but...
Ooh, the haste, you beauty, as he knocks down 2. That should follow through as Attila managed to bring down... Zed that now finds himself stuck in a precarious situation between 2. He will be able to remove 1 as Patika tries to fight his way forward. De Haste gets the chains locked down on Turanga, but it is going to be the disengage coming in here from level up as Patika's having a little bit of trouble with this Renekton.
And again, Wild Rabbit caught between a rock and a hard place, and I'm not sure which one is the rock and which one is the hard place, but Aatrox seem to be pretty tough to walk through.
Towards this Infernal at the moment, and it's going to be Necker that back up. The Infernal will keep the damage coming. They don't have a smite available to either, but it's Patika that fights his way forward. The dragon will get picked up here by, I believe it is Random 5. The follow through coming forward from Patika, who gets stunned up into the corner. He's trying to get himself out, but it's Hop that's following through with the damage, but he dodges away, and just like that, it is Necker now.
TP?
He needs to get himself out of this situation, but it's going to be LMNZ trying to fight his way forward. Necker not able to dodge through. Huge plays from Random 5 to get their way back into this one.
Ooh, Necker with the first misstep we've seen him. He tried to go back and help his top laner and possibly survive. Throw some feathers right there. Hopefully, with the Blade Collar, he would be able to stun somebody and save his top lane. Poppy ends up going down. Necker loses his life as well. And this is a good turnaround right here for Random 5. I'm not sure who got the dragon, though. It might have been Level Up.
I believe that actually went over to Random 5 on that one. That would have been Level Up's 3rd Infernal Drake.
All right.
It was the Talia Hop that actually managed to secure it.
All right, and we were a little bit disappointed on Hop's performance overall in this game. And right now, from going into all these deaths, he's bunched up so many kills for himself as well. This Aaliyah is going to start hurting. That knockback, if he hits you, you could be 100% to 0 from the other members of Random 5. So this composition, that's when it starts rising. That's when the Aaliyah starts hurting. Now, we have yet to see Wild Rabbit stepping up because he is one of the more consistent physical damage dealers that they have into the team.
Pancake, what have you done? You've overexerted yourself, but he does manage to charm his way back. Will this be the bait and switch that Level Up need? No, it's the Haste that finds himself jebaited out.
Well, it was a bait.
What were you thinking?
It was a bait, but it was for his own mid laner. Again, a little bit overzealousy coming in for members. It is what ended up swapping the game to the opposite side in the previous game that we saw. So they just have to kind of be patient, you know. I think this is what differentiates a good team from a great team. You need to know when to be patient, when to sit down, farm a little bit more, know when there's neutral objectives to take in. Oh boy.
I think that forces the flash as well as the ultimate, and that means that there's a significant amount of disengage missing from this Level Up team at the moment. Patika so far has been rather cautious, but maybe that confidence, like we talked about a little bit earlier, it was that first initial slip that came in from, I think it was De Haste, then Panjay followed up, and now even potentially Patika. These small little mistakes might be costing them big throughout the game.
Exactly, and at this point, there is no neutral objective you want to be taking. Sure, there's Baron up for grabs, but you're gonna have to get a pick, maybe 2, maybe even 3, to try and get your Baron for your own team. There is not specifically one team that's gonna take that Baron faster than the other. They both, I think, have equal slow Baron killing compositions at this point. So I don't necessarily think that this is going to be a 20-minute Baron if you sneak it, because they can't. So at this point, all you have to do is, okay, you say, we do have the Zarya, she is more fed, just to let her wave clear after wave clear after wave clear, get 2 people on the side waves for both teams, and try to get Wild Rabbit to be a little bit more inside the game. You need to make him more relevant, and he is not so far. And you can see here about the gold difference as well. Right now, that's Aaliyah from 0 to hero, 1,500 gold in the lead from his opponent jungler.
Yeah, and that's absolutely massive, putting some big weight on his shoulders. And it is Attila that steals from his opposition, but De Haste once again overextends himself and just gets deleted from the game.
Wait a minute, that Aaliyah was dealing 0 damage 5 minutes ago, but together with a burst from LMZ that, mind you, he didn't even need to use his ultimate. Oh boy, Attila might have been caught here.
Attila, where are you going? At the moment, run, Attila steps himself back, and it looks like Attila's going to get knocked down, and Pop-Up will once again take another big kill. It is the mid lane push coming in here from Level Up, as it looks like a directional call will get made towards this Baron pit. But it looks like Level Up on the opposite side of this Baron pit. Let's see.
Oh, surely not.
Will they be able to utilize this opportunity?
That's a 3v5, Nick. Surely not. You do not have chances. Leona still has ultimate. All ultimates are up and available for Random 5. You don't want to be going in there if you are Level Up.
Oh, they bring it down to a 4v3 at the moment, as there's going to be the charms that get left. Panjay doing up. They're alive. Mecha staying alive on the other side of things. To hasten to the fight. The Baron gets whipped down to 1,000, and this should be the secure coming in from Random 5. Level Up are now on the back foot yet again, and this time it's gonna cost them.
Oh, and yet again, you cannot be on a side lane all by your own. You cannot be picking your own fights. You need to be grouped up. This is why you have the Poppy there to negate that engage coming from Random 5. And yet again, look at the items that have started coming in from Random 5. Death Cap completed for both the Talia and the Vladimir. You get caught, you get popped. And I feel like De Haste was the recipient of that caught and pop kind of situation.
Well, I kind of feel like from Level Up side, they make the decision here to go towards the Baron pit, which I don't necessarily think was the good pressure decision. They had 3 players that could have started burning down those towers. Who knows? They could apply the pressure to that inhibitor. If you want to trade for Baron, that's fine. But you've got to understand when it is a 5v3 situation, you need to pick your priority. And at that point, I kind of feel like the decision wasn't good for them, but it looks like we've got another fight going. gets locked down, but it is level up that need to get themselves doubling back at the moment. It is LMZ as well as the crew that start making their way forward with those empowered minions.
And that's exactly what you need to do if you level up. You need to group up. The second this Poppy goes in with the W, nobody can jump in from round of 5. You don't have another way of engaging as long as the Poppy is there and the W is active. So try to play around this Poppy. Try to play grouped up as a unit, and you could potentially turn this around. From the start of round of 5, you do want to catch somebody off guard. The Poppy's flanking!
Coming in from the side. But it does get pinged out as the ward was there in time, as now it is going to be the Vladimir that has Patika getting caught between two, as at the moment they look to double back to their tower to get some kind of support in. Vladimir with those empowered minions in the top lane, that's going to cause the haste to rotate.
I was about to say, I don't think a Poppy flank is that important here because you need to be sitting on top of your ADC so nobody can reach your Xayah. But that Vladimir flank that was coming through the whole backline of level up was going to cost them a lot of lives. So I don't know if that was the correct trigger button for the Poppy right there, but it did cost them a TP. And this time, when you're stuck on a side lane versus LMZ, you're going to have to stop him from TPing if you want to win the fight.
Knockback coming in here from Patika as that his ultimate will get called out. But this time it's once again just the rotation defense being played here from level up, or trying to be cautious on this one. They've got to be very, very careful of that damage output potential coming in from Hop Up. The haste trying to get those chains locked down on Hop Up, but not going to be able to follow through. Once again, both of these teams are staring down the barrel at one another. Who is going to pull the trigger?
I mean, you do have the Baron. You don't really need to pull any triggers. If you're random 5, you just let the cannon minion kind of do the job for you. Try to poke them a little bit. LMZ!
He's very, very low. Patika's going to put up the shields once again as that reinforcement does get put down. That means that they are
he's ready
to an engagement as the LMZ spots all the players going down pretty low. This should be another tower going in favor of random 5. And once again, they'll take it. They'll keep that pressure piling on.
I'm kind of surprised they did not go for the flank right there from LMZ, because I think it would have been successful. You've got a lot of poke damage and you would have pulled a lot of summoners. D-Haste would have nothing to do. He has no ultimate, he has no flash, same as the Poppy. So at least 2 members could potentially go down onto that dive, and then you could continue pressuring with that Baron buff that you still have towards potentially an inhibitor tower or an inhibitor itself. So I feel like a little bit maybe indecision. You're not sure, you're down 0-1, you want to make sure that it's 100% correct play to make, but I do feel like LMZ did have the power for that flank right there underneath the tower.
Alright, so now, if you're LMZ, the Baron buff should be wearing out relatively soon from the opposition, as that actually has worn out completely. This might give them a little bit more of an equal footing, but being down essentially 5k on gold, and that mostly being handed over to the jungler as well as Vladimir, they've got to make sure that they've got some kind of AP defense, because they are looking extra beefy at the moment. And to be able to sustain those fights, we saw a bit earlier, De Haste, one of the most powerful members of this level up team, getting absolutely deleted as he took one step wrong. That's always going to be ringing in their mind. And will that change the mental position here of level up going into what is nearing now the 30-minute mark?
Something that I'm a little disappointed on is that the fact that Nega is so fed, I don't see an Executioner's calling. I don't see a Morello anywhere.
From Hop Up. He will potentially get the Ignite on Attila, but it's flow through down coming in here from De Haste, and that's an absolutely massive moment here for the level up team.
And I'm not sure how long it is for the Baron. I think it's about 30 seconds for the Baron to respawn and 38 onto that Talia to come back live. The Dragon is spawning as well, so that's a huge hit, but they don't really take it to actually get their vision past that river. You do have the numbers advantage now. That Talia is hurting a lot, so now that it's out of the picture, try to get some vision, establish your vision down that topside river where the big purple worm is going to be spawning very soon. And of course, this is what is going to be in random 5 sides. They want to get that Baron again. They want to pressure your inhibitor towers this time, because all your outer towers are gone. But as you can see, random 5 has absolutely no vision onto the map. So take that opportunity and push your vision further if you level up.
Look at this from Attila. He's just waiting to hunt down his opposite number as the chains will get locked down. It is going to be the Leona trying to... She will be able to use that berry bomb bush that just gets her over the wall and gets her out of a prickly situation. But it does look like they're going to make a play here on the Baron. And Turango finds his way forward. This is a vision control. But they do find themselves with two spread across. It is Talia that puts down the mounted wall charge. But it is going to be Patika fighting his way forward. On the opposite side of things, DeHaze gets the triple knockup. The 3 knockup as he follows his way through. It is Turango on the back foot. But it is the damage that keeps flowing forward here from this random 5 team. Nika trying to stay alive as he roots down 1, but it's not going to be enough as Panjay is the last one that gets left alive. Now it's all about following through down on an inhibitor as it looks like Level Up picked themselves the wrong fight.
That AoE damage that random 5 members are exerting right now cannot be unseen. This is insane AoE damage coming out. Double death cap. You've got the Renekton with the Shojins in there. These guys are not going down easily. I don't see a single Executioner's calling in this one, Nick. And I think this and their indecision has cost them the game, and it's all even and a tie right now.
Tied up. It looks like we're going to be crossing to the match number 2, or rather match number 3. Match number 2 being over. Tied up at 1 apiece, Georgia.
Well, I mean, we saw indecision from both of the teams, I feel like, but it was mainly indecision that caused Level Up a very clean 2-0 here and no questions asked for them. They came through as a 3rd seed. Here we saw them crumbling under pressure versus last season's champions, and even though I was a little bit skeptical and was scratching my head about the bot lane of Random 5, it was the top side of the map that came and set them free and gave them the 1-1 tie. So we're gonna go into a very quick break. Don't go anywhere because this best of 3 just started heating up. Don't go anywhere. Grab your Pringles. We'll be with you in just a little bit.
Hi, I'm Pringles.
And I'm Chips.
Wanna play?
Wanna lose?
Controllers. That round goes to me, I guess.
Yeah, okay, Mr. I'm so funny today, but I've got this greasiness, you know?
No, I don't know. Pringles doesn't give you greasy hands. Ready now?
Yeah.
Well,
I can't.
that's 2-0 for me, I guess.
Remember where it started. Your first experiences. The journey you traveled. The journey you love. Remember where it started. And imagine where it will go. Rise on.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
They can try, but can't do it like Vinny. Yeah, no permission. I got it. Never let you double cross them. Moving through the city like it's Gotham. They told me get one, so I got one. Stop saying you're a boss when you not one. You ain't sacrificed, nah, you ain't lost none. All over the gram like you got a bag. You ain't big dog, we ain't hear none of that. I'm in the gym looking like a running back. And you know the flow, got 'em coming back. Who I was in the past, I'm unattached. Only focus in this moment is bringing the summer back. Oh, respect my grind, elevate souls and I spread good vibes. Young divine, you know I gotta shine. Raise your hands for a good time. Aight.
Vibe until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move.
3, 2,
Bringing
1,
summer to
drop.
you.
Oh, ready, let's go. 'Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. 'Cause you know like I know. We'll take it round and round. Yo, hold up, let me switch my flow up. Back in high school, they were telling me I'll blow up. Doing talent shows and man, everyone will show up. Got in an accident and still made it for them to go nuts. You know what? I'm so so what? I'm so That means I can't describe the way I vibe, the way I slide. And with the rhymes that make the dimes, I'll close their eyes and fantasize. Young divine calling their phone number. No, you know I love it. And you know me, I can't sleep without blazing beats. On stages for their ones gracefully. And I got a smile that they hate to see. Young black successful, though life gets stressful. Though life gets stressful, go and vibe out with whoever you next to.
Vibe until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move.
3, 2,
Bringing summer
1,
to
drop.
you.
Oh, ready, let's go. 'Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. 'Cause you know like I know. We'll take it round and round again.
Said I'd find a way to turn my heart into something gold. Knew I sold my soul to the devil long ago. I rode it all along on your wave right before it broke. Time was thrown down the well, so I let you go. What I do right now. What I do right now for you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to game number 3 between Level Up and Random 5. This is, of course, ESL Southeast Europe Championship, and I'm here with Nick. Nick, are you looking for Pringles right there?
I'm trying to find Pringles. They're so difficult to find. So difficult to find because I eat them all as soon as they arrive.
Oh, wow. Favorite flavor?
Favorite flavors? I'd probably have to go with the cheese and onion, or salt and vinegar is also a pocket favorite, especially after a night out, if you know what I mean.
Okay, well, we don't have these ones in German, Nick, so I'm gonna go with the typical sour cream and onion. Okay, I think that's the crowd favorite as well overall. Now, we do see pretty much the same bans, same sides for both teams. Level Up on blue, Random 5 on reds. It's Wani, Yasuo, and this time Vladimir out of the pool on the first ban rotation. And on the other side, same bans as the previous game. Syndra, Kiana, and Akali out of the picture. Obviously, the Zarya is gonna get locked in again. Neka has been playing a really good game on both. Second game, I feel like a little bit of indecision came out from the bot side of Level Up and the rest of the map as well. A few missteps, but Random 5 are gonna hit them again with a very juicy duo in the bot side. The Morgana Caitlyn, the death trap lane against what I'm expecting to be a Zarya Rakan again.
Yeah, so this time they're saying, you know what, if you want to overstep your to it, but it looks like it's going to be the Karma that gets locked in. So will that be a support Karma, do you think? Karma also coming off of the back of some very, very interesting nerfs.
I think the Karma right here does make sense. I guess Morgana does exceptionally great against everything that has CC and really bad against anything that's ranged and does a lot of damage, such as the Karma. So I could believe that the Karma could be going towards a lane, either mid lane or top lane, but if needed be, it can go down the bot because it allows you to play a little bit more aggressive. Thus the lane that Random 5 have picked so far. And in general, the bot lane of Level Up, we are used to seeing them play very aggro in the bot lane, so it wouldn't surprise me if that Karma ended up in Panjay's hands. Attila, yet again, trying his luck with the Echo though.
I do like this pickup with the Echo. Last time we saw him performance in terms of just trapping out his opposition, being able to use those angles to bring in the big dome shield, and so far looking really, really good. On the other side of things, we're getting a couple of bans and picks being brought through. The Renekton is coming through, and that should be a relatively interesting pickup here. I'm not too sure how did you feel about the previously?
I mean, the fact that they gave it to the hands of Lubens and then they took him and put him into the mid lane, I think that made him very, very strong, especially when he went against the Aatrox. It was a skill matchup that Lubens ended up coming a winner out of, and I feel that the lack of something that reduces healing, such as an Executioner's Calling, such as a Morellonomicon, it was such a huge loss for the side of Level Up because they could not kill the Crocodile, they could not kill the Vampire, and they could constantly regenerate more and more health to the point where they were just winning team fights on top of all the AoE they had. They could heal so much that they were just unstoppable. So I feel that was a little bit of a mistake coming out from Neka as well, especially being ahead so much CS, so much gold. I think he was something like 2k above Wild Rabbit at this point, and not having an Executioners, for me, it's unacceptable.
I really do like this pickup, however, on the other side, it does look like the Lee Sin will get called in.
On a hopping champion.
Definitely hop into those wards as well as his teammates. Let's see how he's going to be able to play with that. Lee Sin has been an immensely popular pick during Worlds. Let's see how it's going to be able to translate on the ESL 6 stage. So for right now, it does look like a Shen might get locked in. On the other side of things, Panjay left with that final pickup. And right now, we're staring down the barrel of what we need as a mid laner. Couple of options left over. The Syndra was banned out, so who knows, might be filtering towards that Cassio that also got a little bit of a buff to her early game.
I would go towards a LeBlanc right here. Really? 100%. Unless what we're looking at is a support, I would go towards a LeBlanc. Cassio here makes absolute sense again into the mid lane. It stops all these hops and jumps from happening, such as from the Renekton, the Caitlyn as well as the Lee Sin. Now, I'm not sure you want to get... Okay, you want to go towards the Zoe when you already know that Cassiopeia has been locked in with the Miasma down, or the Zed potentially. These are usually champions that kind of want to go from place to place. Orianna makes sense. You're playing pretty safe. You're sitting down in your mid lane and you farm until you have your Luden's Echo, until you can provide shield and damage at the same time. You've got the Lee Sin that can actually jump in and you can get the combo with the Shockwave. Now, what I'm really scared of is how D-Haste is going to play. In the first game, bit questionable, rocky gameplay. In the second game, he stepped up so much on this Aatrox. So if we do have the same type of gameplay from him as in the previous one, I think the haste is going to be one of the key factors right here. Putting down the Miasma at the correct timing could potentially make or break a team fight. And as we talked about, an expected Panjay is going to be onto that cover. It literally breaks the fact that Morgana is there to break all of that CC with the shield. And I really like the fact that they don't really have that much CC that is predictable from the side of level up. Sure, they have the Petrifying Gaze, they have the Taunt, they have the stun from the Echo, the Blade Caller from the Zarya, but they don't have anything that necessarily the Black Shield will be so useful at. Going back to us, Nick. So I have a feeling that they've kind of created the Morgana to be sort of like a very passive pick instead of like that useful tool that you're going to use to negate the lockdown from Wild Rabbit.
Well, the thing that I find desperately interesting here is that mid lane matchup. Orianna, big buff herself, essentially it's her ultimate that has gone up from, I believe, a 70% AP ratio now to 80% ratio. Definitely a champion that we'll be seeing more of in the ESL sec as well as Worlds. On the other side of things, that Cassio, as we mentioned a little bit earlier, got a bit of an increase, I believe, on her E damage that went up around about 10 per hit. That's going to be able to provide some definite big pressure up into the opposite corner, which I think might be telling, considering that the jungler coming in from this big level up squad likes to get aggressive, but this time facing up against that Lee Sin, Hop might be hopping himself into either an early advantage or an early disadvantage.
I feel like the problem mainly when Attila went towards that Echo at the start of our best of 3 series was the problem that D-Haste, I feel like he was still getting himself a little bit warmed up, a little bit into the game. You know, he had the prior, but he wasn't roaming with his jungler. In the second game, it was a completely different story. He was getting the prior, he was the first out of the lane, trying to help Attila, trying to give him the advantage, trying to get his team further ahead. So I do enjoy the way that D-Haste played in the previous game, and this time you could potentially get again the prior into the mid lane and try to roam with Attila, because it was something that kind of broke the Echo in the first game. Even though they did end up winning, it was from the back of Neka and Panjay down that bot lane. In the previous one, we saw that it's not enough if you have a fed Zarya Rakan lane. They're not going to do everything for you. The entirety of level up needs to step up in this game as well.
Absolutely. Let's see if he's going to be able to do exactly that this time around. It doesn't from either one of the teams in the jungle side of things, as it's going to be Element in Zed, rather, picking up that red buff alongside Hop, which I can't wait to see on this list, and I think I can't stop expressing my excitement about that one. On the other side, Panjay playing with that Karma. I think he's been expressly fantastic at the engage. Now, Karma not necessarily going to be able to offer that engage potential that we've seen level up utilize time and time again. Will that be telling going into this game?
That's what I'm kind of scared of, because they don't actually necessarily have any 100% hard engage, like maybe an insect coming from Hop, but then you've got the Miasma that cut him short into his trucks, maybe a bind that could land from the Morgana, and that's all you have. For the Shockwave to land, I don't think anyone is going to willingly sit on top of the ball waiting for LMG to Shockwave them back into his team, so it is a little bit weird. On the other hand, though, you don't have hard engage either. Maybe a flash taunt coming from Pat into the top lane. And I think this is going to be a very back and forth game, because you don't necessarily have what it takes to get in the face of the enemy team. Like, you've got the tools to create a team fight. You've got the Zarya, you've got the shield, you've got the petrifying gaze from the Cassiopeia if they're coming at you. I have a feeling that Kled instead of a Renekton could potentially be a better choice here for random 5.
I like this. You see DeHace just moving across to where his jungler is positioned. He was in a precarious position there as Hop and LNZ fight their way forward. This time, DeHace says, you know what? Come and get me. Attila's waiting.
Oh yeah, definitely. They're not going to take that chance and run straight into Fog of War where they know that the Echo is going to be around. Junglers, though, are going to meet each other in the bot side river. And we've got bot lane has been included.
It is Panjay that walks his way forward this time around, but it is going to be the lands of player as Taranga finds himself stuck up with Wild Rabbit, but I think everybody's going to walk away from this one relatively unscathed. But on the top side of things, it is LBNZ that dices and dashes his way out of that one.
And this is the kind of punishment we're expecting to see from mid lane as well. And especially when you're going in to try and take the fights, and that goes for Hop, you need to make sure you have the priority into your lanes. Now, again, the mid laners might not have moved, but the bot lane did move. And the first one to roam, guess who it was? It was Panjay yet again. So Attila did have the priority to run into the bot quadrant of Hop's jungle and try to force him out. Now, no summon is forced out of anyone, but then again, it shows you that you need to be careful because when these items start coming in, it's going to be more bloody if your bot lane roams first and Attila is top.
Field will be able to find his way forward as Attila gets the kill. A fantastic gank coming out there as they maneuver around that vision timer just in time.
And I think Lubens was expecting Attila to go for his blue buff first. He was expecting him to clear the top side quadrant of his jungle first and then go for the top lane gank. He was 100% sure that there's no way Echo will be coming level 3 up here. I'm level 5 Renekton. Here I will be able to dismantle him so easy. And that was not the case.
Oh, great flash coming in from Nika, who narrowed on that one. Between the wall and flashes into it to get away from that binding from Morgana. Great play and great reactions there from Nika, it has to be said.
Yep, flash for flash traded right there. The Morgana and the Zarya are now sitting flashless in the bot side. But you know what? Since they know that this time Attila will be towards the top side of his jungle, clearing that blue buff, and the Orianna has the push in the mid, and so does the bot lane. That means ding ding ding, prior for Hop. Grabbing this Ocean Drake might not be anything that should be considered powerful in the end game, but it is so great towards that early to mid game because it lets you sustain, especially through the poke that Panjay will put down. Oh, as the ignite.
Oh, it looks like this R5 team is going to need to spend some flash and spend some summoners to get out of this one. Panjay roots one down as Miasma finds its way to the ground. There's going to be a Hop that gets locked out. And it is going to be eventually DeHace that gets his way out as they come up 3-1 in total.
Shen ultimate comes in, but they were not able to save Panjay in time. A lot of flashes and ultimates expended right there. And I think, in my humble opinion, that Level Up came out losers from this one, because even though they did manage to get a kill for themselves, Random 5 grabs the dragon and replies with the kill of themselves. So it's a 1-for-1 and a dragon for Random 5, and you have your ADC right there clearing this wave. Wild Rabbit is ahead of the Zarya this time, so you should be happy with that trade. In general, your laners are ahead in CSing. Oh, great block right there from LMZ. Looks away at the exact perfect timing to get away from the petrifying gaze. So that's an ult for ult expended. And all in all, back to the Ocean Drake, it might not be anything that you will be like, wow, an Ocean Drake late game, fine. But at this point, with all the poke going down from the members of Level Up, it's very crucial to have this regeneration if you're Random 5.
Yeah, so from Random 5 side of things, starting off pretty well, but that Drake play almost finding them in a very, very dodgy situation. It is going to be Level Up that starts off with the gold advantage. That Ocean Drake, like you said, going to play into the late game more than anything. And when we're looking at the scaling side of things, that's really going to play into the hands of LMZ, or rather LBNZ on the top side of things. From Patika's side, I feel like he's been managing really well in the top lane. Every time and time again, I feel like he needs to be able to keep an eye on his bottom lane, because that play, I feel like he could have come in a little bit earlier. And talking about the top lane, it looks like Hop Hop might have the exact opportunity to jump in here. Will the Dyson Dash be able to follow its way through? He's got to start questioning, why has he come so close? But now it is going to be Patika diving his way out. Will the follow-up come through from Hop Up as he lands a Q, and he says, you know what, you want some, come get some.
I don't think there is a way you can actually kill this Shen right now. He gets that lane prior through the Hydra. He has got a Ruby Crystal for himself. He's pretty tanky at this point, and he can withstand the Renekton. This is why Hop Hop went up there, but I don't think this is where you need to be pressuring. You've got a great gank lane setup down bot lane. You've got the Caitlyn, you've got the Morgana. One bind is all you need to use to try and get something rolling, but now...
Feather's fighting their way down. Attila is working his way forward. He needs to pop that ultimate as he travels back in time, essentially, to be able to get himself out of another turret shot. Good play here from Level Up.
And again, you see that this Morgana is not useful when you're against a poke lane, because all you do as a Morgana is negate any lockdown that's gonna come your way or towards your ADC's way. Now, this is not happening here. Hop Hop.
He dashes over the root, comes down, and just like that, it's Panjay that picks himself up a kill this time around.
All right, a little bit more decisive. It seems like Panjay is taking the carrying situation into his own hands. 3-1 on that camera right now. Has the bounty on his head, which is a very dodgy thing to have if you're a support Karma, because they are going to focus you down. But at this point, it seems like Panjay is not going down anytime soon. Grabs it another kill for him and his team. And Neka is like, fine, I guess I'll be the support this time and I'll grab 4 assists for myself. But this is absolutely okay at this point because you have the lane priority, yet Wild Rabbit is still ahead in CS. Shen
comes in here from Pateka. He says, I'll take the fight to you. But on the other side of things, instead, he calls it out and says, return to the death lobby, as it looks like Pateka overextends.
Luben still has his ultimate available. He still has his flash available. I don't think he would be silly enough to stay there and be baited by a Shen. Now he's trying to get away, but he's caught between a rock and a hard place.
There we go, and that hard place is going to be Attila walking his way forward, and now at that 10-minute perfect time for them to turn onto the Herald.
And he might have been struggling in the first game onto that Echo where he went 0-3. Well, guess what? In this time, it is all swapped around. He's 3-0-2 on an AP Assassin, which if he catches Orianna, if he catches Morgana or Caitlyn, he's going to 100% to zero them. Now, they're trying to compensate on the fact that they know Attila and the bot lane are onto that Shelly, and they're going to pop her straight away towards top side to feed all this turret plate and gold into the mouth of Neka, who has been trying to carry them for 2 games now, the third one right here. Now, can they trade the bot lane tower quick enough? There's only 1 turret plate left, and this could be it. Rift Herald has been popped. It's a fight for first tower, but I think Random 5 have won this fight.
I think Random 5 should be able to take this one, and oh no, it's actually the turret race falling into the hands of Level Up there, and oof, the Shelly's going to keep this pressure on as Lubens now finds him faced between potentially 3 players. Panjay is going to try to land down the stun, and they're going to keep this pressure going, as at the moment Level Up have been looking so solid now with their rotations.
I don't think
to be an air Drake going
this is worth it.
R5.
Okay, they're gonna back off from the tower. I was about to say, if that tier 2 drops in the top lane, I don't think it is worth it to just take the Cloud Drake right here in return. But Lubens could potentially stop some recalls right here. He's just gonna stop Panjay, thankfully, for Level Up, but taking so much more around. And this is exactly what we're saying. When you're focusing so much on Shelly, you're gonna miss so much more around the map. Sure, they're taking the top lane tower. Sure, they're feeding all this turret plate in gold into Neka that now has completed the Essence Reaver versus just 1 BF sword for Wild Rabbit. On the other hand, we'll see what he's gonna buy now that he's back into the fountain after his recall. But nevertheless, yeah, exactly, it is going to be a Neka that is going to be ahead in gold yet again, and in items. He is going to be hurting much more. But then again, you're spending too much time around Shelly. They fed money onto Wild Rabbit down bot, taking every single plate in as well. They grabbed the Cloud Drake, putting them into the collection of Drakes together with the Ocean Drake, and Attila wants himself some Caitlyn.
Oof, Wild Rabbit looking very alone at the moment to clear out the vision here. It's going to be a couple more plates that are going to be put into the back pocket of Necker as Panjay as well as Attila fight their way forward as the support from LMZ and Turanaga going to be able to find their way to just mitigate some more attention that has been put from this level up team towards the bottom tower.
And usually it's the other way around. You don't need to be taking your Zarya from lane to lane, taking down towers. It should be that thing with Caitlyn. Now, the Caitlyn Morgana duo should definitely not be down the bot lane. You should probably swap them around, take them down mid lane, take them somewhere that there is still a tower standing and try to poke. But because that Caitlyn is far behind, you need to be in a lane with a tower, and that Orianna is not leaving that mid lane anytime soon. So you need to be safe, you need to stay still down bot side and try to farm wave after wave, because if you take them up top, then there's no tower defending the Caitlyn, and it's not a Caitlyn that's very well fed at this point. She's actually pretty starving. So they're gonna try to go on.
Be the TP that actually gets called in, as it's gonna be Lubins joining the fight potentially. That one, however, gets cancelled out. So you got Taunt managed to make its way forward from Patika, who has now cancelled out the TP. He's cancelled out some global operations that might be able to come from the Renekton, and that's going to put some more pressure on this R5 team.
I'm not sure if that was a cancelled TP. I think it was just Wild Rabbit TPing back to lane. I think LMZ was just caught fighting. Yeah, LMZ was just caught fighting with D-Haste, and they both get away with both summoners burned, both ultimates burned. I'm sorry, D-Haste still has his, but very little HP to tell the tale.
Absolutely. I got a little bit excited, must have been said there, but D-Haste also, he has his to back off pretty low on health, but the Q will land here from Hop Up as he follows his way through, dives his way out. As mid lane will constantly get pressured here until it can't do much on defense, as there are 3 players roaming in around the area, not to mention Lubins on the top side.
And the defending champions are not going back without a fight. They are hitting back a level up where it has a questionable stopwatch, if you ask me, especially since Attila does have his ultimate available too, but I think he was afraid of the follow-up, maybe? There was no shockwave available. The hit should have probably communicated that.
From Attila as he dives his way forward. He knows he still has that ultimate option. Lubins brought down very low. It is going to be Patika that's potentially done, and D-Haste cleans up the kill there on Turanaga, and just like that is another kill going towards level up, but it is a mid lane tower going in favor of R5.
Wow, Attila is going really hard in. He flashed for that Renekton, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think you can kill this Renekton right now. Look at the goal difference between the 2 top laners. That Renekton might not have many kills into his pocket, but he has a lot of CS, and he's almost 1,500 gold in the lead to his counterpart Shen. So sure, you can flash on him, but you saw how easily Lubins was able to get away. He has his Soulgeins available, and I just, again, want to see something that reduces healing coming out from the side of level up. This time, there's no necessarily 2 threats coming in with a lot of healing done, but Lubins is going to be a big diversion, and he's going to be healing a lot in the front line. So although he's not actually a tank like Shen will be in the later stages of the game, he's going to be able to soak through a lot of the damage that level up are going to throw at him.
Alright, so now level up essentially 2k ahead against their opposition. They still need to get this mid tower down. They're currently pressuring down the side, but it's called in, and this time it is Lubins that finds his way across. It is going to be Attila trying to fight his way forward, but it is going to be Patika that falls down. Attila now backs up, but he faces Wild Rabbit on the other side of things, as it is level. Trying to run away. Hop Up dices his way forward, and he's followed through with the 3. It is going to be the Feathers that lock their way down and root him forward, as the kickback comes perfectly there from Hop Up, who now chases down Panjay, and just like that, they get themselves the kills needed to bring them down by 3.
And guess what? The listener might be going down, but he's getting the key plays in. And that was a 3 4-0 in favor of Random 5. And guess what? Wild Rabbit might have not been in the fight, but he took Attila out of the fight. Attila is the guy who's fed right now. He's the fed AP assassin that Level Up need to be in the fight for them to win them. So since Attila was out of the fight, there was no real damage coming in. You just have a Seraphs onto your Castle PS. It's not going to bring much into the table. Your Shen has been so starved on the side then he cannot actually tank much in these fights. And an amazing flash kick from Hop Hop onto Neka after his flash ultimate brings him back into reality. You ain't going anywhere, you're just going down, and Random 5 are still strong, defending their title from last year.
Random 5 fighting for every single second. They don't want to find themselves defending champions in the first round of the losers bracket, but that's still to be decided here, ladies and gentlemen. If you're just joining us, this is match number 3, where it is Level Up taking on Random 5. So far, Random 5 turning momentum slightly into their favor. They do have 4 towers down on the map. They've got the 2 Ocean Drakes. And now it is just a question of how far can they lean forward. As it's going to be the Shen ultimate that connects. It is Hop Up that, however, dices back to his opposition, or rather to his teammate, to get out of this situation where it is 4 players from Level Up pressuring on the red side of the jungle.
And every time they've tried to use this global proactively, it is Pat Kitcha that falls further and further and further behind into his lane. That wave is gonna crash underneath his tower. Thankfully this time he's going to catch it, but he's like 50 CS behind. 3 and 2 on that Crocodile. You're not gonna be able to withstand him when you go head to head with him in lane. Now you don't have the ultimate available. Sure, Lubens does not have his teleport, but Hopov is playing amazingly, negating any chance that Level Up have to get any play done with this global from the Shen. So any proactivity trying to come out from Level Up is instantly negated by Random 5.
It does look like we might have a challenge here on this bot side of this jungle. Is trying to clear some vision out as the wards have been put down. It is going to be Panjay that gets himself locked down. Will this be the kill that they need? No, it's not going to be enough. As Panjay gratefully walks out with his life.
Yep, and again, here comes the question that you gave at the very start of the game. Panjay has been the initiator of all fights for Level Up. He tried it right here with the Karma and it almost backfired into his face. Karma is not really the initiator of the fights you want to have, but Panjay is the guy that dictates every start of every team fight for Level Up, as a cupcake for Attila right there. He's gonna norm that down together with Headshot. And again, Panjay wants to dictate the pace of Level Up's game, and with the Karma right here, he's really struggling to do so because you're not the engager.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where you kind of just are left to scratch your head. He decides to go for the micro lane decision rather than the macro game decision of picking up that Karma. We've seen the pay off in the lane. He walked out essentially with 3 kills, but when you've been seeing your ADC Neka play so well, you've got to feel that more gold needs to be shifted over to her to be able to just come up with that damage necessity in those team fights. However, on the other side of things, we do take a look at this Caitlyn from Wild Rabbit that has not so far initiated too much damage in, but over time will scale up to be a huge component of this game.
Is that a double Infinity Edge that Wild Rabbit is going for? He's completely went past the Zeal items, which Caitlyn needs 2, by the way, guys, if I'm not wrong so far. You need 2 Zeal items for your Infinity Edge to do any damage, because you need to be putting out this auto attack after auto attack after auto attack. Now, the Zarya does have the 2 very crucial items bought and ready in her inventory, but I think Wild Rabbit is going for double Infinity Edge, which is sort of a Jhin approach that we do see in our solo queue games, and it could be potentially why Jhin is not very viable right now in meta. Oh, a slight freeze right there, but we're gonna be back very shortly, guys. From now, you're gonna be seeing our beautiful faces until we fix the in-game, and in-game is back up and running, so don't get too used to this. We'll be back after. You'll see us after. All good.
All right, so right back into the action. Apologies for that slight connection. It doesn't look like you've missed much action though, as it's going to be once again R5 push middle side. And Patika still on the back foot against his opposition here, which is that Renekton, currently still 2 levels ahead, which is absolutely massive when it comes down to that lane opponent. It is going to be Attila trying to fight his way forward as Attila gets himself into what might be deemed a tricky situation, and definitely deserves a breath of relief there from both teams.
And as you saw instantly, Panjay again tries to play the front line for his team. He tries to create an opportunity, ends up losing his flash from a simple Q from Hop. So you might want to have to try and fight for this Mount Vic, especially since Neka does a lot more damage. Shen coming in.
Here we go, we have a full team fight taking place right now, and it's Lubens that keeps the damage rolling through. Be once again level up, that falls short here. Neka tries to get the feathers down against his opposite number. Patika trying to protect him with every slither of health, but it's eventually the ultimate that comes in from Ori, and just like that, they get locked down, and it is R5 once again coming up clutch exactly when they need to.
An amazing ace coming out from round 5, 23 minutes and 40 seconds in, 5 kills for them, and Mountain Drake, they're gonna be able to take the Baron fast so quickly. And what we talked about, the patience that makes a good team, a great team. LMZ holds on to that shockwave for so long into the fight that Neka had absolutely nowhere to place himself. He had already used the Further Storm, which means that whenever LMZ chose to put down the shockwave, it was going to hit. And look at the Summoner's Band from Level Up, and look at the Summoner's Band from Round 5. Every single flash available from Round 5 except Lubens. And on the other side, the absolute chaos. All Summoners Band, or mobile Summoners Band for the side of Level Up. So the next time that Round 5 want to engage, they can actually dive into the backline of Level Up. And again, we saw Panjay trying to create an opportunity for his team. But you're not on Brom, you're not on Alistar, you're not on Rakan, you're in Akama, and you need to sit where you need to sit, and that's the backline.
Wow, I really did not know which direction to go in, but at the moment R5 are unstoppable force so far. And as you pointed out, I think from the side of Level Up, they need to be able to try turn things around right here, right now. Patika, do you feel like he's slightly let the team down, being this far behind the Renekton that just seemingly is one-popping the players from pretty much any range?
I don't think it's necessarily his fault, because Renekton in general is a very strong laner. You are going to fall behind, especially when you go for that more tank perspective of a champion. And sure, you're going to have your Sunfire, but it's going to be a little bit, you know, non-existent right there, because you're so far behind that Renekton can burn through your Sunfire. He has Theros Gate, he has the Black Cleaver, he has the Sojins. Even if he fights him 1v1 right now, he will be able to burn him down like a piece of paper. So I don't necessarily think it's Pat Keita's fault at this point, but I just think overall as a team, sure, your strong part on the map is the bot side if you're Level Up. Sure, you're not gonna pick Rakan as the haste.
Hop managed to get the stun down, but it's not gonna finds the kill. And you're mentioning there.
Sorry, what was that, Nick? We lost you for a second.
Oh, I do apologize from that side of things. Yeah, Hop coming up solid, and I believe you're mentioning.
Okay, we have another fight in the jungle. And he's out.
It is Attila that tries to find his target there, but it is going to be the big beefy Renekton that finds his way out, and at the same time, Baron will get picked up from random 5.
Spotted way too late for Level Up to actually move a single muscle. So they get the kill, they get the Baron, and now it starts getting really green for Level Up. They are sitting 6,000 gold in deficit at this point. Sure, with a team that does scale, they do have the front line, they have the assassin, they have the consistent physical and AP damage dealers, they have the shields. Now what they need to do is get the team together. They need to play for for the engagement of Random 5 instead of engaging right into the hands of Random 5. So all you have to do is stand underneath the towers of yours, keep up wave clearing after wave clearing, and hopefully wait for Random 5 to make the wrong engagement, or you're gonna go down at least trying. Now, my problem right here, what I mentioned before, is that sure, the Karma is going to beat the Morgana Caitlyn lane, and we did see that sure, it beat the Morgana Caitlyn lane, but Wild Rabbit came out victorious from the lane. He was ahead in CS the entire time, so even though it didn't matter that he's not pulling out these KDAs, he is being an annoyance for the side of Random 5, and he has been focused. Now, the problem is that while they're focusing Wild Rabbit and while the bot lane of Level Up is doing amazing, the rest of the map from Random 5 is doing exceptionally well. And guess what? This might be a bot lane oriented meta right now, but these bruises do a lot of work. And Lubens on this Renekton, oh boy, has he been doing great 2 games now.
There we go, and just like that, it's going to be the comment that does get popped. And once again, Panjay finds... They keep fighting their way forward. Do they decide to walk their way forward? No, they go back for that inhibitor and keep that pressure piling on here. Random 5 might be able to close out this game. Let's see what they're going to be able to do on this.
Oh, they're going to TP back in.
It is 5v3. The TP does come back in. It is Attila that finds himself hunted down. And now it is going to be Patika trying to get the taunt in. The shockwave not going to be able to find its way forward as Nika tries to get down the damage. Patika now diving his way back towards the fountain. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, Random 5 take the shots and they take the W.
And the defending champions might have slipped up on the first game, but they are making a huge statement here, and that is that they are here to stay. They move on to the next round of the playoffs, back to us, Nick, and they move Level Up down in the lower bracket. Now, I had my hopes up for this Level Up squad. I was like, wow, that's insane. What have they done in the first game? You know, they let them grab the Xayah Rakan, but then Random 5 came in with this kind of technique where they were like, okay, we know they're gonna pick Xayah Rakan. We know that's what they're strong at. Neka's doing amazing over Xayah. Panjay is proficient onto that Rakan. Now, what we're gonna do even before they complete the Xayah Rakan pick is we're gonna take a lane that beats that lane, and not necessarily beats that lane, but can actually withstand it in the laning phase. So they bring out the Kai'Sa Leona, they bring out the Caitlyn Morgana, and they just don't die. Now, the Kai'Sa Leona, in my eyes, didn't go so well in the laning phase, Nick. It had some ups and downs, but at least it came out victorious later, because one ultimate from Leona will take the ultimate out of Neka, so that Featherstone will fly, and then he will be susceptible to getting stunned, locked down, and killed, which it happened. No Executioner's Calling was a big mistake on the second game from Neka right there, not having that healing reduction, and we will be back. You wanted to see Grey is coming versus Nexus right after this quick commercial break. Don't go anywhere.
Remember where it started. Your first experiences. Remember where you came from. The journey you traveled. The journey you love. Remember where it started. And imagine where it will go. Rise on.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
on mine and it won't forget. But you bring me back from my darkness black. It's the soul in me and the heart I have for you. It beats for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. 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 Bring me to Oh, you bring me to life. Now you bring me to to my side, tied to run on a faulty line. I'm safe only, even though we burn from the light I bleed. But she bring me back, not a heart attack.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to ESL Southeast Europe Championship Season 10. We just saw the previous champions from the previous season, Random 5, take a very hard best of 3 from Level Up, Nick.
Yeah, that was quite a tough match for the squad, and now they're going to have to just contemplate the level of competition that is in this tournament, which is absolutely fantastic to see as our first game. We all know that there's a huge prize up for grabs, essentially a total of €4,000 prize pool, which is really fantastic. And then on this other side of things, we've got a brand new game, the 4th place from previous season, Greek Regenesis, taking on Nexus Gaming, which I believe is the #1 seeded out of the wildcards. Is that correct?
I think so too, Nick.
All right.
The Romanian team coming in strong, but we do know that Greek Regenesis is a very strong team, a really big name in the Greek scene, coming in with really big names in the roster as well, as we do go straight into picks and buns. So if you are Greek fans, you will be recognizing a lot of these names on the side of Greek Regenesis, but of course there is big names on the side of Nexus Gaming as well, and the guy who's called 2 Axes, he's not called 2 Axes without a reason. So I'm expecting to see a specific champion that has his own league being banned.
Are we gonna see the Draven back?
Oh,
Gonna happen?
we'll have to wait and see, Nick.
All right, so it's definitely one I want to keep an eye out for. I think, you know what, since I believe I joined you in season 8, I think that was right. I don't think I've seen this 2 Axes person that I've heard so often about.
Well, buckle up.
Yeah, I have not seen this Draven come out in any one of the games since he was spoken about in whispered hushes all around essentially the eastern side of Europe. And now, hopefully today, since we're not seeing any Draven bans and it is in the hands of Nexus Gaming for the last ban, will we see him today? I'm really hoping so, just so I can see the legend, not necessarily put to rest, but just being able to see it for the first time.
I think Draven is a pick that is being played right now in Worlds as well, but the Yuumi has been left open, and we could potentially be seeing a Garen Yuumi coming out of Greek Regenesis. You can also do a Yuumi Ezreal or Lucian, both very mobile ADCs that can navigate Yuumi around the map very easily and very safe, I would say, as well. On the other hand, you have to pick something that is kill friendly for the lane. So unless it's a Garen that's gonna go head to head together with the Yuumi, I think the possibility for a Draven in lane becomes bigger and bigger and bigger. Graga's gonna get locked in, and here comes the Draven. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. And Nick, you're in for it.
Am I finally gonna get to see the League of Draven here in Nick Gaming? I can't wait to see it. Going up against what is the question? Already we've seen that the Grog is locked in. That's more than likely going to edge its way in towards the jungle. We're going to get a rumble into the top lane, so a lot of cats are going to be thrown around this game.
Okay, so we're going for absolute comfort right here. Delito is an absolute beast on that rumble. And mind you, 3 members out of 5 from Greek Genesis played just now in EU Masters group stage, as we love gaming. So Delito, Paris and Bananito were just playing in EU Masters, came warmed up straight into ESL SEC, and we are playing towards the strengths right here. Delito, absolute monster onto that rumble. Now, I'm scratching a little bit in my head because Lucian Yuumi could be susceptible to ganks, especially when you have the Draven locked in, and especially when you have the Gragas locked in for Cop and Down as well. So that makes it a little bit scary towards the bot side. Absolutely makes sense to lock in the Yasuo right here for the mixed damage, and of course the fact that a Yasuo Gragas or a Yasuo Sejuani go as a very great package together, because that very instant and easy knockup that both Sejuani and Gragas provide is an easy way in, an invitation for the Yasuo ultimate to continue the fight. Now, of course, for myself, a Gragas is in a much better position right now than the Sejuanis. Better wave clear, better ganks, earlier ganks, and an incredible late game pop power. Now, Vladimir gonna get out of the picture, same as the Nautilus as well. Nautilus is one of the big counters to the Yuumi, because you can grab the Yuumi right before she detaches onto whichever person she chooses to detach on. So that's out of the picture. Same as LeBlanc for Paris, because Paris and LeBlanc go hand in hand.
Alright, so now with the Nautilus being banned out in towards that bottom lane, they still have a support option to be able to pick up here. Couple of question marks of exactly what that will be, especially after Kench's recent nerf. I don't see
I'm expecting
going to be able to come into protection.
I'm expecting a Brom here, because that would be another easy way in for the Yasuo. So the more knockups and the more you can keep the Draven safe, the better for you. Now, of course, you get the Lantern out of the way, and even more knockups coming in. So that means that Grey cannot lock in the Brom to stop the GOAT from being the engagement, because you've already locked in your support in the likes of Yuumi. So Nexus now are gonna take the Gragas, they're taking the Ornn, and most likely gonna take the Brom as well as last pick. Now I'm a little bit worried as in why they've left the Brom as last pick, because I think it's a little bit obvious that the Brom is gonna get locked in here for the side of Nexus, instead of keeping your top laner as a little bit of a question mark.
Yeah, that is going to be a little bit of a tricky decision from their side. If this gets locked in on the other side of things from this Nexus gaming team, it's maybe a predictable selection here. But you know what? We've still got a couple of options on the board. It looks like the Silas will actually get locked in here from Greek Genesis, as that one is going to be dedicated towards the jungle. On the other side of things, Nexus, with their pick, which way will they go? You're opting for that Brom. On the other side of things, have they basically given that pick as an obvious selection? Will they surprise us?
I don't know. I'm thinking that because it's last pick. Oh, there we go. I thought because it was last pick, you will be able to surprise us with something. There's no way they're gonna go with something so known as the Brom, especially when they're keeping it for last pick. And Volibear is an exceptional pick right here for White in to try to go for this 2v2 fight. And add Cop and Down with the Gragas in. Mwah, that's the cherry on top of the cake. Gonna be coming back to us in a little bit, of course. But I just want to stay a little bit on the fact that Dominant picked a champion that is key right here. So if you see the whole Greek Genesis, you've got so much AoE damage, you've got so much high amount of damage, but you've got absolutely zero lockdown. Sure, the final chapter might come in from the Yuumi, but that's not necessarily the engage you want to be having. Dominant picking up the Silas, you can grab so many ultimates that make sense right here, especially Gragas and Ornn in the top side. If you grab one of these two ultimates, you do have that 100% hard engage that your composition is missing.
Yeah, and that hard engage is going to be absolutely huge here. he doesn't really have a lot of knockups to be able to work with. So that Yasuo, should he decide to, I don't think he's ever going to decide to be able to pick up that ultimate. On the other side of things, man, like we said right in the beginning, there's one thing that I'm excited about for this game, and one thing only, and that's to be able to see your boy 2Axes coming up solid here today. I want to keep an eye on this bottom lane. I've been hearing myths about this thing for the past 2 years, Trouble. I've been itching to see this bottom lane take place. Yeah. Definitely could backfire. But once again, it is one of those predicaments where, are we going to go with our trademark, or are we going to play this one a little bit safe? And I'm actually quite excited to say, from Nexus Gaming side, they don't want to play this one necessarily safe. They're going all in. They want to show that aggressive side. And even with that Volley Bear pickup, a very, very interesting selection. They want to be able to feed those kills over with those flash forwards over to their Draven. But will they be able to pull it off? That is a question that I guess we're waiting to see. Does that get answered here today? Already from our game number 1, where it was random 5 taking on Level Up, we saw an exciting game that went all the way to match number 3. Maybe, hopefully for some spectators, we're going to be able to see that match number 3 here today. For those that are supporting either one of these teams, you're going to want to see a quick 2-0. From our side, I think I'm just very excited to see this kick off and once again set the tonality for the rest of the tournament. Remember, once again, it's a €4,000 cash prize pool that is up for grabs, and not a little bit of money just to be able to throw around. That's some decent cash in their back pocket. Yeah. Tell me about those old days, Trouble. Yeah.
Hi, doggy.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and I hope now you can hear me loud and clear because you're gonna have to live with it for the rest of this best of 3. We are back. This is ESL Southeast Europe Championship Season 10, and I'm here with Nick Holden to bring you the first game of our second best of 3 of the day between Greek Regenesis and Nexus.
All right, so now it's all set and ready to kick. Just yet, both of the teams are going to be lined up across the river. It is from the top side of things. Delito, then Dominant in the jungle. Paris in the middle lane with that beefy Renekton, and then Benito in the bottom lane with Wild Panda. On the other side of things, we've got Shadow, and I believe that's what we call Copendow. We've got Frau and 2 axes, ladies and gentlemen. The man that we probably talked about more often than he might deserve. We're going to have to wait and see. And then we've got White in the bottom lane playing with that Volley Bear.
And I want to focus a little bit on the fact that when you play the Draven, you don't play for late game, you don't play to get out of lane intact, you play for the aggression, you play for the kills, you play for these cash-ins. That's why you see 2 combat summoner spells on both Whiting and 2 axes. They have gone for the heal ignite combo, which means they do want to fight. They do want to be pulling Copendown down there. This is why Copendown is starting from his red side. We're gonna see a clear up top and then straight down bot lane he goes to hopefully start feeding some kills into 2 axes mouth.
All right, now Paris pressuring in this mid side of things. Just to see what pressure can be applied from this mid lane, just to free up some space from the junglers, as already it is going to be the pressure being applied from this Nexus team.
Oh, yikes.
Yeah, yikes indeed, as Benito gets knocked down real low.
I mean, Bananino is going to have to be very careful for his positioning, and the fact that, as we see a little moose right there on the side of Summoner's Rift, they do get the level 2 first though, and that is going to give them priority onto the lane, and as we described a little bit before, Copendown is going to take the clear on his entire top jungle. He will possibly reset and then head straight down bot. Flash body slam is very much a possibility, and especially if you catch Yuumi and she's not attached to the Lucian yet, you can 100% zero her. One axe is probably all it's gonna take. A body slam and one axe for this Yuumi to go down that early into the game. Copendown is gonna head towards his bot side of the jungle, blue buff, and possibility for bot lane gank. I'm expecting for him to go back first and grab his boots so he can enable the Predator. On the side, you see that Dominant is kind of doing the same here. Paris could potentially go for an all-in.
He does go for the all-in, and the Ignite will actually get popped here, but allow him some kind of progression to get back to lane with an Ignite and potentially the pressure after this back as Frau is forced home to essentially bring up what might be a couple more items into lane, but nothing too significant. But still has that Ignite in the back pocket.
So we talked about how easy it would be for the Yasuo to get into the fights. Now, for him to get into the fights, he has to get out of lane intact. And the problem right here is what you want to usually do with Yasuo is E forward, Q your opponent, and then Q backwards. So your opponent doesn't really have the time to react to your poke. Now, Copendown is all the way down bot lane, but I'm pretty sure they know he just cleared the ward right there. Tried to make a move, going back to the blue buff. Hopefully, we'll see him back after he has the Predators enabled. Back to the Yasuo lane. With Renekton, that's not really a possibility because the second you E forward, the Renekton is going to stun you in place and reply with more damage than you can put down as the Yasuo. So you immediately lose the trade, you immediately lose the pressure, and you immediately lose priority on the mid lane push. Now, the same kind of thing happens with top lane. Delito has a lot more AoE damage to pressure in the wave than Shadow, and because Shadow is melee, he has to go too close to the minions to try and CS for himself, that Delito puts down the pain with his flamethrower. So instantly, Dominant has two winning lanes, two priority lanes on the top side of the map, and Paris right now is denying Vrau a lot of CSing.
Look at this from Frau now as he does get stunned up. It is Dominant trying to make his way forward, and just gets handed over to the capital of France, Paris.
And actually, that was a great play by Paris right there. He was actually taunting Vrau to go in for the CS. He throws the lane way towards his own tower. So if Yasuo wants to go in and try and grab some CS down for himself, which is actually about 15 CS down right now, he would have to work a little bit too close. No idea where Dominant is. No vision on him, capitalizing with a flash. And Paris 1-0 in a lane where Vrau was already really in pain. And the problem right here is Copendown needs to defend his solo laners from dying. You see that Shadow is in a lot of trouble as well. The good thing with the Ornn is not only that you can start buying items from your lane, but he also builds towards the path of the Abyssal Mask. So it is an easy itemization for him to go towards that magic resist since he's playing against an AP damage dealer. The problem though is that Copendown needs to be around his solo laners, I'm sorry, to defend them, which means two axes will not get to cash in unless they get a very fantastic 2-on-2 with Whiting.
Yeah, and that's going to be quite tricky considered that they're being pushed up with the minion wave advantage. On the other side of things, we still do have that Infernal Drake that is up, and as a resting question mark to one of the teams to say, do you want to be able to try your luck here? At the moment, Benito is doing well to be able to create the distance. His wave management has been solid so far. And we're just going to have to wait and see who will be able to come up on top of this bottom lane matchup.
And you see that they have found Copendown. Oh, but that is a lot of trouble.
And just like that, they do pick up the kill. Now they bury straight towards Frau, who does dodge himself out of that situation with some support from Shadow in the top lane, who doubled back.
Shadow tried to roam a little bit towards the mid lane as well. They thought they could potentially fight it. Only level 5 on Copendown. They find him sitting behind that wall, which was warded. And yet again, Paris and Dominant, that very powerful, proactive duo, are gonna grab yet another kill. And this is gonna start becoming a problem because the Yasuo will not be able to leave the lane, which means that if Copendown gets invaded by Dominant, not only Dominant is way further ahead than Copendown, but he will be bringing a crocodile. He will have a bag with him to help him put down the damage because Rao cannot move from that mid lane. The Hydra push is way too intense, it's way too fast. Same as Shadow, he cannot move out of that lane. And oh, Rao though.
Once again, it's a follow through, and just like that, they pick themselves up one to bring it back into the mid lane. That is going to be none other than Copendown that picks up the kill there for his squad as they put one onto the board.
And that's great read again from Nexus because that Renekton does not have flash available. He does not have ulti to be able to sustain all this damage coming towards his way. So they were able to get a very easy engage. Great stuff from Ra right there, moving forward to try and get back what he's been missing on the entire time. What's been taken actually from him with Paris and Dominant being that proactive duo that they are. And we could potentially see a fight here. Ooh.
Yeah, it looks like they're all going to need to run their way back. Going to be fighting. Popsy's passive, and that should allow him at least to get healed back up as Benito lays down the damage.
And I mean, Bonanito is no stranger to the Lucian as well, but right now, instead of having the Braum down there, which you kind of can turn the fight around, you have Whiting on the Volibear, and sure, it might be strong if you flash, flip someone back, your jungler is there, and so on and so off. This has not happened yet, because Copendown's pressure has been all over the map. He's trying to be everywhere. He's splitting his attention into 3 lanes while trying to stay relevant with farming himself and farming his own jungle. That it's not possible for them. What Grey is doing so far is putting together into a duet, Dominant and Paris, and they're getting the lead through the mid lane. They're getting their priority, they're getting the vision, and then they're getting the neutral objectives from the river as well. What Copendown is doing is he's splitting his attention too much that it's not possible to win or at least negate what you're losing from every single lane, and in result, that Draven lane has still not taken off.
Yeah, that Draven lane now falling a little bit more behind, it seems. But we're just going to have to wait and see how this will transition. Lead rather in favor of Greek Regenesis, who have made one great play through the middle, and that's once again to be expected when you've got this Gragas with that knock forward, at least with the casket throw as well as the body slam.
Bot lane is roaming
to see what happens here, but yes, the bot lane is roaming as they make their way forward. As Paris finds his way, Benito trying to get down the damage. However, on the other side of things, Benito picks up one, and then it is Copendown that falls as a consolation here as Greek Regenesis get a great roam in towards the mid lane.
And that is a huge mistake by Nexus, because the bot lane from Grey had been pinged the second they crossed that dragon pit. They were spotted and they were pinged, and Vrau still stayed there. I don't know why they thought that just him and Copendown could take down Paris's Renekton and the entirety of bot lane of Greek Regenesis. I think that was a huge misstep right there from Vrau, and the explosive cast from Copendown was so slow. On the other hand, Shadow has gone down.
Shadow has definitely indeed gone down, and it seems like it was on his side of the jungle was Dominant that pushed his way through alongside, I believe, Delito to pick up that kill.
And it's gonna start going downhill here by Nexus, because they have these scaling champions towards the late game, such as the Yasuo, such as the Ornn. And the Ornn he's not at his best condition right now. I don't think that because they gave him his damage, let's say they amplified his damage a little bit by giving the amplification a little bit earlier. I think it's level 11 now instead of level 10 that he can upgrade one of his items. Sure, it amplifies either his tankiness or his damage, but I don't think it makes a huge of a difference here. He's still gonna be behind. He's about 30 CS behind Delito. Delito is still gonna be using and abusing his power into this lane. He's not going to allow Shadow to TP somewhere else. And this is the problem right here. This Yasuo and this Ornn are pinned down in a lane where it's not going to matter. By the time they're back into a teamfight position, 2 Axis is not going to have any power. Vrau is way too behind to do anything. And Copendown's damage has been shut down twice from the aggression of Greek Regenesis.
All right, and here comes Nexus as they fight their way forward. And it is going to be Frau that follows up with the damage, but it is Copendown that gets the kill. Not a bad kill there for them to go into the back pocket. The Drake is up for spawning still in only 1 minute and 30 seconds as 2 Axis keeps the pressure piles on the bottom lane.
Vrau has spent his flash right there, but I think he still was caught.
Yeah, Brown now trying to back up as Copendown trying to provide that support needed. As it's back to Paris as well as Dominant to clear things in the mid lane and rotate to try bring in some support.
I think Nexus lost more than they won by trying to kill Wild Panda right there. There were way too many summoners used right there. The wave was pushed from Paris in the mid lane, which means that Vrau loses more and more, and he wasn't the recipient of the kill onto Wild Panda. Shelly gonna be put in the mid lane. Vrau in a lot of trouble yet again.
Yeah, Vrau in some big trouble as Copendown tries to lay down the basket. Not going to be enough as Shelly piling down the pressure in the mid lane. On the other side of things, they're going to keep on chasing here as there's going to be Dominant that decides to go raise to the challenge. He gets a big, decent health back as it is Paris that follows up to get the kill.
Wow, that was pretty much a fourth of his health that Dominant managed to get back from the regeneration of his kit. And look at all these tower platings that have gone down by pure pressure solo from Delito. So usually Delito is this very silent force where you don't see him doing the flashy plays, but he's always there. He's always doing what he needs to do. And at this point, all he needs to do is keep Shadow pinned in his lane with a lot of CS ahead of him, and now a tower down. I think this is getting way out of control. 6,000 gold in the lead for Greek Regenesis, and I think Nexus might be thinking of what went wrong in this one.
Yeah, I think Nexus currently on a big back foot. They're going to need some kind of, dare I say, well, I was going to say Regenesis to get back into this one.
Definitely. Your Draven at this point, I mean, 14 minutes, no bloodthirst yet. He hasn't cashed in. He's managed to keep himself well and alive for 40 minutes into the game, but that's not really the game you want to be playing when you lock in the Draven. He wants to be cashing in 3 minutes into the game. You have to be pushing for that level 3, flash onto the Lucian Yumi and try to grab a kill even solo, or at least summoners. You bring Copendown down in the bot lane, flash body slam, GG well played, cashing in on the Draven. Now, the problem here is that the Yasuo and the Draven have been so starved that by the time they're actually relevant, it's not gonna matter anymore because Greek Regenesis is too tanky and regenerates too much. But let's see.
That gets laid by Nexus as they get the bait in Paris and they take him down. Shut down and the cash in there for 2 Axis, and they should be able to clear this one up as the wind wall will get laid down, and just like that, it is going to be Nexus that picked themselves up a Drake, and I like that little trap play from them.
But again, they pulled down 5 members just to try and get 1 kill on 2 Axis. They have been hitting on that bot lane tower. There was a wave that crashed in that Bananito managed to actually push the entirety of it, so he is getting that CS back slowly but surely. And Delito is pushing topside. What is this? Hourglass!
It looks like that they're going to commit once again. It is Copendown that tries to... Whiten just clearing the lane with 2 Axes there in support. And this one, they should back off. But a little bit of crazy plays taking place there as the Hextech Flash actually baited me out, thinking that a little bit earlier, I believe that it was Whiten going for a full flash. But it was just
it was, and the stopwatch was expended as well from Copendown by accident when he was in the bush. I think he tried to possibly activate his predators, which were on cooldown, might have accidentally clicked the stopwatch right there, which is a huge problem right now because he's not going to have it on the next fight, and it's a really big cooldown, an item that you do want to have. And Dominant fancies himself a little dive right here. This tower is not going to be no longer standing after Bananito and Wild Panda reach it, and Nexus, oh boy, Paris is coming as well.
Oh, they are running, and they are running quick. Spent here from 2 axes, and it looks like he will get rooted down. Will they decide to follow this one? As it is 2 axes that eventually falls down to his first death of the game, as it's a follow-through from Greek Regenesis as they bring on the hunt.
And this aggression that Nexus saw down the bot lane, where they expended their flashes, they tried to get their kills. They saw the first casting on the Draven, they were like, more, more, more. That's what they should have been doing from the start of the game, but they couldn't, because the pressure from Paris, Dominant, and Delito was so huge that Shadow could not move to try and join his team to provide these knockups, to provide that front line, and same as Rao. He could not get out of his lane to try and help 2 axes get these kills. I'm gonna give it a little bit on Comp and Down as well. I don't think he tried enough to get 2 axes ahead. I don't think Whiting... Oh.
He's overextended, hasn't he? As Dominant just gets essentially deleted there for a second. He'll return in around about 25.
And these are the things you definitely don't want to be giving away, but again, it wasn't a cash-in that went to the Draven. Yes, he was around, but that would have been a lot of money that he would have liked to put in his pocket together with a cash-in from his passive. I think this skill ended up going to the Gragas, if I'm not wrong, or the On, one of the two. But yet again, you see that when they do group, they do manage to get these miraculous fights. Now, the problem here is that when they do group, Greek Regenesis gets more and more on other sides of the map. Oh, another one deleted dead.
There's so much support coming in here for Shadow as the crew starts running their way forward. Delito tries to play for the CS as he backs up. It is going to be Whiten that throws him back into Cop and Down that says, I'll take a belly full of that, as they pick up the kill, which does get handed over to Shadow.
And that will be a tier 2 mid lane tower for Greek Regenesis. So again, it's a win-win scenario for them. Sure, they sacrifice a member, but that member will still stay ahead in CS, will still stay ahead in gold, and they create map pressure on another side lane. So they got this kill top lane towards the Delito, but they managed to get tier 2 mid lane, transition that to tier 2 bot lane because Paris had the pressure there as well. So twice now, they have been getting a kill for themselves. They have been getting a slight stat down that Delito might had on him, but at what expense? 2 outer towers, the 2 last outer towers. I'm sorry, there's still one remaining on top lane, but that was tier 1 and tier 2 bot and mid that went down.
Yeah, that tier 1 and 2, but now Dominant finding himself against the TP will be able to find its way forward as Benito now trying to get himself into the situation. He will get some support here from Paris, who's extended himself right into the fight. Paris is going to keep on fighting as they manage to get the root down here on Shadow. The follow through from Brow. He's trying to lay down the damage, but Paris keeps on living, ladies and gentlemen. Shadow finds his way forward. Delito has now joined the fight, and this should be a clean up from Greek Regenesis.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be an ace for Greek Regenesis and most likely a Baron. Now, this is exactly what we talked about when we talked about the composition that Nexus are rocking right now. I don't know if you wanted to have used your flash right there. I don't think it's going to matter much. They're going to catch him at some point. Anyway, there is the delayed ace, and they're going to start the Baron. Now, the problem is that the Draven was left alone in the backline when Paris engaged on him, while the rest of the Nexus were trying to get an engagement on the backline of Greek Regenesis, which ended up in them getting ace. Now, of course, you will say that Greek Regenesis are 9,000 gold in the lead, so it wouldn't have mattered anyway, but it doesn't matter because if you leave the Draven alone, if he is your major damage dealer in the team and you lose him from the start, you are gonna go down in the entirety of the team fight. This is an ace, this is a Baron, this is a Greek Regenesis that's looking way too clean in game number 1.
Way too clean indeed at the moment.
Oh, I thought that came from On. I was about to say, what's happening right there?
Yeah, no, that was confusing for a second. Seeing On the other side of things, as it looks like it will be an eventual Mount Drake that will get picked up here from Nexus, which might be a consolation prize, but who knows? They might be able to turn it on their head. It's going to be a difficult fight as the TP does get called in as Delito gets ready for some action. Whiten is going to find himself wiped out at the moment as he looks to run away just with his life in his hands. As
he's still alive.
This should be the cleanup from Benito. There we go. And finally, they clean him up as the Volley Bear leaves once again to the Iceborne Mountains. back from whence he came.
And that is also perfectly prepped from Greek Genesis. They have two waves pushing, one in top, one in mid lane. They've got the bot lane pushing right now in. They have caught White in, which is their primary engage together with Gragas. And now they can just actually brute force the way inside the base of Nexus.
Brute force indeed is all that they require as they pick up one time. The ping gets brought across to say, hey...
Paris wants to fight though!
Right. Paris is not even perturbed, not even in the least, by his opposition as they push down for the second base tower. At the moment, it's going to be the throwdown coming in from the squad from Greek Genesis as they manage to pick up 3 all under tower. It is the triple kill that will get handed over to Delito. Now the follow through, that's the ace, and by all means, that should be the game going over to Greek Genesis.
That's a huge gold lead that Greek Genesis is using very wisely. Right now, they can't brute force their way in because they're so far ahead that nobody can stop them. They're going to be finishing the game with almost 14k thousand gold into the lead. This is a very decisive Greek Genesis. This is a very strong Greek Genesis. And this is a very clean Greek Genesis.
And there we go. They do close things off. Genesis, as you said, absolute force in this game and have proven themselves to be a worthy contender. They're now one step away from making it through to the next round where they will potentially face Random 5. We'll have to wait, however, before we kick off with that action.
And again, I'm not gonna blame 2Axis at all because sure, I think he did what he was meant to do. He was there for his team. He managed to stay alive. He managed to be stuck in his passive. All he was waiting for is like, guys, I'm ready. I have not died. I'm waiting in my lane. My passive is stacked up. Give me someone to kill and I will do it. And it all fell apart in the Sims for Nexus. Top lane was behind. Mid lane was behind. Basically, they drafted losing lanes in the entirety of the rest of the map except the bot side. And Copendown did not play for that bot side. You knew that your other 2 lanes were going to lose, so I would say just leave them there and just play for your win conditions. But we're gonna go into a very quick break and see if Nexus can actually bounce back on our second game of this best of 3. Stay tuned.
Pringles has entered the game.
Remember where it started. Your first experiences. Remember where you came from. The journey you traveled. The journey you love. Remember where it started. And imagine where it will go. Rise on.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Sarah, I hurt myself today trying to make the pain go away. Sarah, I want to fade away, be with the stars in outer space. You come and you go, you take me high, you take me low, but I don't know how to do this it's Molly for the melancholy. Cody fill a hole inside me. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Now it's Xannies till I numb my psyche. Cocaine just to feel my heartbeat. Nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Sarah. Sarah, why you leaving me? Don't you know you can't leave me now? Sarah, I lost myself today trying to find ways to make you stay. Sarah, I want to go away, close my eyes, never wake up again. You come and you go. You take me high, you take me low. But I don't know how to do this on my own anymore. Oh no. Now it's Molly for the melancholy. Cody fill a hole inside me. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Now it's Xannies till I numb my psyche. Cocaine just to feel my heartbeat. Nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Sarah. Sarah, why you leaving me? Put me on my misery.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to ESL Season 10 of the Southeast Europe Championship. We are on to Game 5. 5-2. We're on to Game 5 for today, though, because we've seen 4 previously. We're on to Game 2 between Nexus and Greek Regenesis. I'm here with Nick Holden, myself Troubling, and we're just about to jump into picks and bans for our second best of 3 of the day.
100%. And now when it comes down to the picks and bans, it's going to be an optimal time, rather, to lend the question to ourselves, what is going to take place here, right here, between Nexus Gaming and Greek Regenesis? What do you think Nexus Gaming need to do? They had the Draven in their side and still it didn't work out. What do you think they need to do before we jump in?
I mean, when you do have the Draven usually in your team, you want to make sure you're picking winning lanes so you can focus on that Draven. So you don't have to worry about your top laner getting dived or solo killed, same as your mid laner. I think this is what Nexus did not have in mind. They kind of wanted to draft a composition around the Yasuo, and then they drafted Draven as well. You can't have 2 focal points to your team. When you have the Draven, it just has to be the Draven. Draft something like an Orianna, a Karma in the mid lane, something that can keep your Draven alive. Don't go for the Volibear. Go for the Brom again to try and keep your Draven alive in the bot side, and maybe in the top side have another threat. Have something like the Vladimir that can actually stand up to his task versus the Rumble. And definitely do not give Greek Regenesis the champions they want, because they baited you into picking the Draven. I felt like it was a very confusing draft from Nexus because of the 2 focal points, and as you see here, Rumble is going to get banned out from Deleto, obviously. All in all, as a team, I do think Greek Regenesis is much stronger, especially since the showing they had in EU Masters as well. But I do feel like if Nexus plays this correctly and they want to go for the Draven, just have him as your focal point. Pantheon, though, we're going to get to see the new Pantheon in the first game here.
Yeah, and this Pantheon has been banned out quite prolifically so far today, but even, yeah, and letting him through just with the amount of damage he's dealing out at the moment is definitely a scary pick coming into the fray of things. On the other side, we've seen this pick coming in time and time again when it comes down to the ADC's preference. Xayah just offering so much utility in terms of the stuns, the damage output, but also almost what everyone would deem as the free escape. It does look like, however, Greek Regenesis are hovering over a very scary Rengar.
Okay.
But maybe
that was a dominant special right
there,
Nick. Dominant used to be a mid lane player, transitioned into a jungle player, and that Rengar is kind of like his signature pick. I don't think it's that great at the moment in the meta. He is receiving a tiny little bit of a buff in the next patch upcoming, but yet he's not at the best state possible. He did amazingly well with the Sylas together with Paris, so he is going to be locking this in again, but of course it is a flex because, well, it could be going to the hands of Paris, it could be staying in the jungle like the previous game. Now on the other hand, Shadow is going to lock in that Gangplank, a very early top lane pick, if you will, and they're expecting Greek Regenesis to go with the Rakan Lovers duo locked in for Greek Regenesis, so they do already lock in the counter pick in the likes of Nautilus.
All right, so now with that Nautilus as a counter pick, will they be able to come up with kind of follow through some answer to this? If you're looking at Greek Regenesis side, will they go with the good old Xayah Rakan combination here? Taking a look at the bans, that is still an option, and this might be a consideration now for Nexus Gaming. Should they lock in the Renekton from Greek Regenesis to get rid of that Rakan?
I was about to say it's a little bit scary to go with the Rakan straight away, especially since you've already seen the Nautilus. It's a lot of lockdown for the Rakan, and you instantly win the lane with the Nautilus versus Rakan. So why not lock in the picks that already gave you the win, that duo that gave you the victory and snowballed through mid lane and jungle, and then you can actually go through to the rest of your lanes. That's exactly what Greek Regenesis is doing here. That's excellent pick and ban phase so far for them. Now, of course, we need to see what we can do from the side of Nexus, because they've locked in the Pantheon, but we haven't seen that Pantheon in play yet. It's a very strong pick, a lot of poke, negates tower damage, And Greek Regenesis is pushing two axes to go with something in the likes of Tristana, Caitlyn, potentially Illusion. I think Illusion here is the optimal choice, but they preferred to kind of pinch down the champion pool of two axes rather than pinch down the champion pool of potentially the jungler. Which I'm expecting is going to be something like a Gragas again, potentially in Elise. You need that AP damage in there, unless you choose to go with a Syndra. Oh, sorry, Syndra is banned. Or something like a Ziggs or any other AP damage dealer, such as a Cassiopeia, down in the bot lane together with the Nautilus. Or a
To be
Teemo.
honest, or a Teemo, but quite reflective of Greek Regenesis' position is that they've got a global gameplay to be able to with this Gangplank as well as Pantheon combination. Now, what that means for them is that, to be honest, they get a lot of mobility out of this one, and it looks like a list is going to get locked in, so a lot of CC being brought down in this bottom lane from Nexus Gaming.
I am so not a fan of the Kalista right now. I find her very slow scaling and very slow early game, and having a Leona Xayah that can all in you very early into a game. But Anita and Wild Panda are known to play this aggressive calculated lane in the bot side, and I'm expecting to see a lot of bloodshed. Already, I'm not a big fan of the Nexus lineup. I think they lack a lot of AP mixed damage. Their composition is mainly surrounded by physical damage dealers. This Kalista is going to take a while to come online, and with a lot of people diving her, such as the Leona, the Renekton, and the Sylas, I'm not sure how easily you're going to get out alive from that.
Yeah, it's definitely a tricky lineup for Nexus Gaming to come out alive on. Perhaps they've got the picks in and around the jungle with that Elise, with that burst damage to be able to come through and on top. So, further from that, I've got to say, once again, I'd probably say I favor this Greek Regenesis lineup when it comes down to what they come with just as a unit and as a combination. However, Nexus Gaming, do they have what it takes to be able to pull this one off? Yeah, it's going to be a tough round of selection here from Nexus Gaming as we wait to jump into Summoner's Rift. What is going to happen here in game number 2? Of course, when it comes down to what action is taking place right here, right now, this is match number 2 in the bracket. Earlier on today, we saw Random 5 taking on that level up team. And now we are waiting for game number 2 between Nexus Gaming as well as this crew from Greek Regenesis. So far, Greek Regenesis with that 1-0 lead, and it looks like we just might be set and ready to jump on in where it is Nexus Gaming on blue side, Greek Regenesis on red, and Georgia. Hopefully, we can have a little bit more of a tightly contested match between the two on the second match.
30 seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned.
All right, and we'll start off soloing in jungle as well. That he might mean that he might make it relatively low towards the bottom side. We'll just have to wait and see exactly how he manages that damage. But for right now, it is going to be two Axis as well as White in that are going to need to turn the cards here really for their bottom side of things as Frau keeps the damage field onto Paris. And you can see just exactly how much damage that Pantheon really does have in his back pocket.
And like I said, I do expect at least the top lane to not be as hard for Shadow this time. He's on a scaling champion. He is gonna get that towards the later stages of the game. What I'm really worried with the composition of Nexus is that you have drafted two very early game champions in the mid lane and the jungle, which you wanna play towards first. But at least this time, you have drafted two lanes that are not losing. So you have priority mid, you have sort of priority top, and you have priority bot lane. This Spider can go anywhere he wants, and at this point we could potentially be seeing a very tricky ward going on the side of the bot lane quadrant jungle of Dominant, and you can spot him out, and this is exactly what you want. You want to be able to know exactly where Dominant is at any stage of this game, so you can actually be able to know that if Paris is going to move with him, you know where they're going. I don't think Paris is going to roam much on this Vladimir, at least for now, but we are seeing that the bot lane of Nexus is doing a great job at being ahead.
Look at this, as Coffin down now, able to jump on towards his... Misses out with the... Blue, it is Dominant that reacts, but it is going to be White in that nails down the hook, and just like that, it is going to be Nexus that pick up the one.
All right, and
collapse on this bottom lane. Oh, this is a risk maneuver as the stun will be able to follow its way through Coppin down. Whiten trying to get in, but he gets drawn down low. Whiten now with a little bit of health left in his back pocket. However, it is going to be the follow through as Nexus juggles this tower successfully to come out on top.
And that is beautiful proactivity coming in from Nexus. They get the priority mid lane, they pull Vrau instantly down the bot lane and punish Bananito before level 6, before he has the Featherstone, before he can avoid all these CC lockdown coming in from Nexus. And this time it is working out. At least every lane has been to, everywhere he's been to, there's a kill coming down for his own team. So that is successful from a very early game jungle that needs to start snowballing. On the other hand, Dominant is maneuvering himself through the mid lane. I don't know if they want to be diving Vrau at this point. No, he's gonna just to go towards the top lane Scuttle Crowd.
Alright, we'll make his way towards the top lane Scuttle, but now it is going to be Whiten. Is he... Parrot now darts his way back towards his jungler, as it's going to be the attempt to land the chains, but they're not going to connect with their markers. Frau gets out alive.
And you see that too, Arxis is playing a lot more confidently onto the Kalista because he is given the space to play like this. He's playing that 1v2 down the bot lane much more confidently. Now, of course, while Panda is back with the Leona, you can't overstep your boundaries or you will get caught, especially without the cleanse available for 2 axes. And Whiten is back there. But so far, so good. Excellent roaming coming in from the side of Nexus this time. And they're playing so much better together as a team. I feel like it's kind of the same situation that we saw with Random 5 and how they actually lost the first game. The flash! Cocoon is going to miss. They're going to dive anyway.
Miss out. As they dive it up, the Repel will be able to find its way forward. But decides to go for the kill. It is Dominant in a fly as Coppin down will get knocked down. Shadow now needing to dart out of this situation. We'll have a little bit of a speed boost thanks to some good shots that will get fired out. However, on the other side of things, Dominant is hunting down his opposition. It is going to be the minions that he's going to look forward to try and get some extra damage out of this one.
Oh Dominant my god, Shadow!
His way back. Shadow is drawn low. Who will come out on top of this one? As Dominant figures his way forward, and it is going to be Dominant that picks up the kill as he picks himself up too to bring Greek Regenesis right back into it.
And that's definitely what you don't want if you're a Nexus fan. Oh boy, Bananito has been caught again.
And
You know what,
I don't think
Kalista?
it's going to be much more than a trade.
Yeah, it's not an easy champion to get into a fight if you're Kalista, especially you don't want to be going anywhere near underneath the tower with Wild Panda there and all the summoners. Sorry.
Look at this, as it's going to be the Pantheon that lands. He darts his way back, and that's an ultimate that gets misspent from Frau, whose lane will now get pushed in towards tower.
The calculated aggression earlier into the game was much more successful for them, and now I feel like they're forced in situations where they can't actually provide anything for the team. Wild Panda, though, you walk into the wrong territory, buddy.
Good luck, Wild Panda, who will dissipate in towards the extinction books as he will get knocked down, and now it's all about that bottom lane power pressure that will get piled on here from Nexus.
Ooh, a little bit of a misstep right there from Wild Panda, but Anito does not have flash, he does not have heal, he absolutely does not have his level 6 up and available for him, so he has to back off from this tower. And look at all this deep vision that Nexus has towards the top, the bot quadrant of the jungle of Domina. They don't want him anywhere near, and if he is stepping in there, he is gonna get spotted, and then instantly Nexus can back off. Yet again, they bring Vrao down the bot lane. This time Paris was fast enough to pressure in the wave, and later on in the later stages of the game, you are gonna see that this phase rush Vladimir is going to be a problem if you keep leaving him in the mid lane all alone, pushing wave after wave. He's already 10 CS ahead, but now Dominant wants something to do up this top lane. Could potentially be sniffing in a gank onto Shadow.
Sniffing in on a gank. Let's see if he's going to be pushed towards that top lane tower. At the moment, Delito gets rid of the barrel, and that's going to allow a little bit of room for Delito to call out his teammate to say, let's charge in, as they land the stun. And now it's all about the follow-up damage as the barrels will get laid down. Will it be enough to draw Dominant low? That's exactly what it is, as it's traded 1-for-1. But now Frau finds his way forward. It is Delito that's going to need to charge. He needs to slice and dice his way out of this one. He will be able to get some health back, but it's not going to be enough as Frau picks himself up one. That's going to go in favor to Nexus Gaming.
An instant rotation from Greek Regenesis in the mid lane to try and get some turret plating, but I think that is against them, because on the bot side there's Kalista all alone with only one turret plating left, and that's a lot of cashing in that goes to the ADC of Nexus. And the problem right here is, I always see the replay, Shadow plays this incredibly well, manages to trade 1-for-1 in a 2v1 situation for him. Vrao pushes in his mid lane and is able to roam as well really quickly, grabbing a kill for himself. 3-0 right now on this Pantheon that should actually really be fair. They have spotted Dominant again, and I don't know if they're fancying a... Oh, they are fancying a fight right here.
They do fancy a fight indeed, as Whiten gets himself in an aggressive position. Will be able to pick up the kill now. Now it's... And to be honest, I've been really impressed from Whiten's performance so far on this Nautilus. The aggression seemingly paying off for this Nexus game.
Oh, Wild Panda really betraying his ADC right there. Flashes away from the anchor. And remember, Bananito does not have level 6. He does not have his Summoner Flash available, and ends up falling to the hands of Nexus yet again. I'm pretty sure that kill went over to Coppen down on that Elise Ghostblade available right now for the Pantheon. He is going to be really fierce. He's going to be all over the map. His ultimate is up and available. Gonna pop Ghostblade to get back into that lane much faster, and I have yet to see Greek Regenesis do something on the map. Sure, they have the late game scaling, but you see the difference here between Delito playing the Renekton and Paris playing the Renekton. Paris is so much more of an aggressive player when he does get these champions that can go all in than Delito is. And of course, Delito is playing the lane where he kind of has the, not the upper hand, let's say. So he could get further and further behind the more he tries to fight the Gangplank, especially now that 2 kills have already gone inside his pocket. And Trinity Force must be really close for the Pirate.
Look at this rotation, however, in the top lane, and Benito on the other side, trying to take down the Gangplank, but it's not. Now, the top lane, or rather the bottom lane that has rotated to the top lane from Nexus Gaming, trying to fight their way forward. The stuns are going to be landed here on Whiten. Will it be enough damage? No, they are forced to pull back. And just like that, Greek Regenesis trade, essentially 1 kill there, and it's Coppen down that falls.
Yeah, one is very... CC lockdowns misses, such as the Leona ult, such as the chain from the Silas. It's so hard to try and reach that Kalista. And she also has in the back pocket that cleanse, so when the Zenith blade does land from the Leona, you're actually able to get down. The leader though has been caught.
He has been caught, and they call over to Frau to get in as a... Delito now needs to back up as Nexus have them selected. They've got their thing well forward. Delito backs up, and Greek for Genesis, it's not looking good for them at this point.
As much as it looked good on the first game, the decisiveness, the strength, how clean they played in the first game, it's not the same here. And if you remember correctly, it was off of the backs of Paris and Dominant playing as a duo around the mid lane that gave them that push forward. Right now, they're not sitting in a big gold deficit, but for 12 minutes, not even 12 minutes into the game, there's so much gold that has gone into that Kalista's pocket, sitting at almost 6,000. Bananito is sitting at half down, 3,000 gold for the ADC of Greek Genesis, 6,000 gold on 2 axes. This is very grim news. We have yet to see Paris into a team fight. He has been farming really well onto the mid lane because Rao has been roaming around getting kills for himself. And as you can see here, the cavalry arrives onto Dominant, and there's nothing he can do because the fights are so split up, and especially when you're behind in gold and you're splitting the members out, Nexus are gonna take that and they're gonna split you apart and kill you and knock you down and grab Shelly, and let's see where she's gonna be used.
Yeah, now Shelly becoming active, that means that more tower gold going to be falling into the back pocket of Nexus at the moment. As it's going to be Greek Genesis trying to pick up the scuttle, gain some kind of vision control. They've got so much to do at the moment. They've left themselves with quite the task ahead. With their Xayah very, very low in terms of gold as well as damage output at the moment. The Kallista's only getting stronger. On the other side of things, that Pantheon has also beefed himself up to a 3-0 position. Nexus Gaming looking like they're getting the snowball much bigger and building up some momentum.
Right, and right now they're actually around that Ocean Drake. Oh boy, Shadow might have got caught here.
Shadow seemingly overextended himself here and will get shut down. On the other side of things, Shelly has been popped towards the mid lane. That's going to cause some rotations to come in here from Greek Genesis. But will it be enough? We're going to have to wait and see. Paris will find himself locked forward and stunned and deleted from the game. And just like that, it is going to be Frau that follows through with the second. On the other side of things, Wild Panda and Benanito managed to eventually get the shots down and take down Shelly. However, will it be enough as 3 are left to defend?
And yet again, it looked so good. You saw Paris getting into the fight, you're like, that's it, Vladimir in. But that was a one-man ulti. They tried to get Shadow down, they managed that. But Shadow is not the guy who's carrying right now. Frau is absolutely unstoppable onto that Pantheon. And if Greek Genesis wants a way back into this game, they're gonna have to start cashing in the shutdowns if they want to have a chance into the mid game, which is slowly but surely, creeping in. 7,000 gold deficit for Greek Genesis. This is a hard game, not unturnable whatsoever. You have the likes of Xayah, you have the likes of Vladimir, you've got these really strong late game carries with mixed damage coming in, but they're so far behind right now. If you look at Bananito, he doesn't even have 1 item completed, and on the other side, 2 axes, he's going for 2.5.
Yeah, so if you're staring down from Greek Genesis moment, you're going to need to consolidate here. Try play off of your opposition's mistakes. At the moment, they keep on pressing for these plays, and let's see what they're going to be able to do up against Shadow at the moment. He does have essentially an inbuilt cleanse at the moment, as it looks like the stun will follow its way through. A great kill being picked up here from Greek Genesis, but let's see what the reply is from Nexus in the mid lane.
Yet again, trying to get a pick onto Shadow. It is going to be very successful, but let's see if Greek Genesis is gonna lose anything from that one. Dominant and Delete down bot lane, hitting onto that tier 1 bot lane tower of Nexus, but on the other hand, Nexus is trying to take a tier 2 up the top lane. First tower going down for Greek Genesis, and are they gonna lose anything for it? The answer so far is no, but look at Coppen down. Well, don't look at him, just look at the frames of Coppen down. Bananito got out alive. using his flash, his heal, and his ultimate because Copendown was actually in that bush towards the top side. Bananator tries to walk forward, try and go and help his team, and almost dies for it, but 2Axe is in a lot of trouble.
There we go. 2Axe actually gets shot down, and that's exactly what Greek Regenesis. That sneaky spider not getting the play paid off, as you mentioned a little bit earlier, but managed to get their opposition down low. Wild Panda now walking forward. Will try go for the stun, but it's not going to be enough. It's going to be Paris. He does have that
Dominant
red
on the flank.
Tick, 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 tick. And just like that, it is going to be dominant. Like you said, Delito trying to force his way in. This is going to be White in once again, wiping out as it's Greek Regenesis.
Dominant is killing
Coming out on
Vrao.
top with some very solid picks. On the other side of things, it is Dominant that is taken very, very low, trying to get away out of this predicament, as at the moment will get shut down. But it's Wild Panda making his way forward. Does he have Flash in the back pocket? I believe so, but it looks like the momentum being shifted across slowly to Greek Regenesis, who clean up and get themselves too. However, will they lose out due to this poor rotation in towards the mid lane? That's exactly what's going to take place right here, as Wild Panda and his teammate get knocked out.
Ooh, and you said we have a momentum change, and right as you said it, Nick, the caster curse hits Bananito and Wild Panda across the face, because you cannot play overzealous these plays right here. You might have closed the gold gap. It's only 5,000 gold that Greek Regenesis is in deficit, but Nexus is still strong. Vrao has yet to be shut down. We saw a 1v1 between Dominant and Vrao, and he almost had Vrao until Copendown joined the fight right there, and they both got out with the sliver of health, both of them, while Greek Regenesis had won the fight up top lane. And you see how Shadow might be in trouble again. But I just want to say that you see the second that Paris joins a fight, you see how powerful Greek Regenesis is all of a sudden. Death Cap completed on this monster of a mid laner, playing one of his favorite champions, extension of his right or left hand. I don't know which hand is which, if LeBlanc is the right hand or the left hand. We'll have to find out at some point. But the proficiency on this champion really shows, because once Paris joins the fight turns around in favor of Greek Regenesis. Now, they need to be careful not to overstep the boundaries. They're still behind in gold, and until the carries are able to output more damage than Nexus's carries, they have to be careful. Bananito is nowhere near enough at this point. His gear, his items, nowhere enough to take down anyone from Nexus. So if he gets caught, it's bad news.
Wow,
Ooh.
they're spending so many resources to chase down Dominant, and this might be a great time for Greek Regenesis to actually pick a fight here, because they know exactly what has been taken down on the opposite side of things. Vrao not being able to find much with his ultimate. On the other side of things, I believe the Nautilus ult also got called out there. So now Greek Regenesis
Things are
on
going
their attack
crazy.
to get the slow down on Vrao, but it's not going to be enough, as Whiten managed to get the knockdown there on Paris. Shadow joins the fight, and he throws in a casket or two to burn down Bananito. On the other side of things, Delito finds himself on the back foot. Dominant now forced to run. He says, oh, my teammates have gone. And just like that, it is going to be Nexus, despite losing so many summoners, find themselves up on this fight.
Wow, and look at Vrao. He takes absolutely zero damage, but you know what he will take? He will take the Ace for Nexus, and he will most likely take the Baron that's spawning really quickly. Look at that. Paris is not even in this replay because he gets rooted, he gets stunned, and he gets instantly taken down in the blink of an eye. And remember what we said right here. If Paris joined the fight, this is a fight that Greek Regenesis wants to take, but he dies so quickly without using his ultimate, without using his spell. Nexus dispatches of him, and together they dispatch any dream that Greek Regenesis have for a comeback at this instance. 7,000 gold in the lead right now for Nexus. They grabbed the Infernal Dragon as well, and they're looking really, really good.
Really, really good indeed. And to be honest, the only hope that I can see, the glimmer of light at the end of the tunnel, is should Nexus make a Baron play here, and Greek Regenesis basically catch up on one of their mistakes around that pit. That's how I see this fight potentially turning on its head, because at the moment, Nexus, it would almost be unforgivable at this point if they let this game fly and get away from them. So we're just going to have to wait and see what is going to happen between these two. For right now, I have to say, Frau with this Pantheon is looking unstoppable.
Oh, he's absolutely godlike, and he's receiving absolutely zero damage from anyone. I think the only one you have to be scared of right now is going to be Paris onto that Vladimir, because he does have the death cap completed. He grabbed himself a stopwatch, so what happened to him in the previous fight does not happen again. There is a cheeky ward that has not been yet spotted from Nexus, and if Greek Regenesis plays this right, they do have a chance here on this team fight. Whiting though,
trying to fight his way forward. Frau caught between two, dodges out his way, and just like that, once again, there's those opportunities around that Baron pit. And at the moment, they get back in time. Does Nexus? Oh no, it is the stun that finds its way forward. It is going to be the least that collapses out. They're trying to go for the dive under tower. I'm not too sure if this is a smart move coming in from Greek Regenesis as they find one knockback. It is going to be Dominant that comes up with the kill. However, on the other side of things, it is Frau.
Shadow?
Finding himself stuck between two. Shadow walks through with the barrels. It is going to be Dominant that decides to pick the fight. Bananito now on the back foot as he will root down one. Shadow gets drawn down low. He will, however, come up with a kill. Paris still alive in this fight, however, as he decides to take on the 2v1. This time, it's not going to be able to work out. Neither did it last time. Frau now works his way forward towards
that's
Dominant.
deja vu right
Dominant.
here.
Cheers, good luck, good times, my friend, as now it is going to be Greek Regenesis on the back foot.
8,000 gold in the lead for Nexus, and this fight was way displayed. That's not how you bring back a fight. You don't actually tower dive the people who are 8,000 gold in the lead. This is absolute suicide. Delayed ace for Nexus, and that's going to be a bot lane inhibitor tower, possibly a bot lane inhibitor, unless they have to back off right now because the whole of Greek Regenesis is coming back to life. And that was an absolute crazy team fight right there. But yet again, do not take Greek Regenesis out of this game just yet. Paris is able to output a huge amount of damage, and there's not a single bit of magic resist built onto Vrau, built onto Shadow. The only person that's sitting on a Morma Mortius, it is 2 axes, and yet he went down through the pressure. So he managed to get 1 kill, but then instantly shut down. Now, I'm expecting to see if this Pantheon is ever gonna fall again. Now he does have the stopwatch available in his pocket as well, which will make it even harder than before for Greek Regenesis to take him down.
Oh, it's going to be so difficult. Feeling like he can just basically push that momentum up against his opposite number. On the other side of things, the ward once again finally will get spotted out here.
Oh,
as
Pantheon
they're
ult?
not going to be able to clean it up. It is Paris on the other side of things deciding to commit to the fight. However, it's going to be too much as Delito finds himself on the back foot. The barrels will be able to get charged in, but it's not going to be enough as it's a double kill that gets handed over to double axes. And now it is the run that needs to get called out. They're actually going to make a play here for Baron despite there being some pressure in towards the bottom lane. Frau keeps the pressure going towards Bananito, who is going to need to Bananito out of that situation for damn sure at the moment, as it looks like it is the Baron that will get picked up here from Nexus, and they are looking just so strong.
Ouch! 12,000 gold in the lead now for Nexus. They've got the Baron, they've got the power, they've got a very strong Pantheon who slipped through the cracks. They thought Nexus was gonna pick Draven. Well, surprise, it is a Kalista, and 2 Axis is doing absolutely amazing on that. They picked winning lanes for themselves, they picked a winning jungler, they had the priority, they used every single tool in their kit. They actually went to a T with a strategy, and it is looking very good for Nexus. Oh, I was wondering where that was coming from. I'm never gonna get used to Sylas stealing ultimates right, left and center and using them for himself.
He's such a little thief, that Sylas, but does use the Pantheon ultimate just to this. Unfortunately for them, they don't get to stop the Infernal Drake. Neither did they stop that Baron, as it is going to keep on pushing forward here from Shadow, who rotates his way back at the moment, not getting caught out just yet. It is Dominant trying to find his way over. It is the casket, and oh, look at that damage from the casket, but it's going to be Dominant trying to fight his way forward here. The stun's not going to be able to land from Dominant or Delito. Frau now finds his way in and going to be able to dodge out those turret shots. Stays alive. How are you still alive? Dominant eventually falls down, and it is Nexus that keep the pressure going towards their opposition.
Very fancy footwork coming from Dominant right there, keeping him alive with a sliver of health. But guess what? The cavalry was already there. They weren't going to let him go for free. And I think Geek Genesis is going to have to start thinking about what they're going to do in the next picks and bans. Which ban are they going to leave out so they have this Pantheon out of the game? Because I think Vrau has been a big nonsense with this Pantheon. He has been creating a lot of chaos, let's say, for Genesis. Wild Panda
finds their way in, and we'll get a double root here. Does Budanito. Might be a good preventative It is actually going to be Paris that comes damage, as he will be able to pop that stopwatch, but it is Whiten that says, you know what, I can do whatever you can do too. As it looks like the Nexus will get hunted down by Nexus Gaming, as once again we go to game number 3. It's Greek Regenesis 1, Nexus Gaming 1.
Wow, you guys wanted a series? You have a series on both games, and it is going to be game number 3 between indeed Nexus and Greek Regenesis. Greek Regenesis, to be fair, I think it looked all over the place. I think some of the parts were put correctly, but some others were not. I don't think Delito is a Renekton type of player at all. Shadow had a much better chance in the top lane, and I just feel like had they given Delito a more Delito type of a champion, it would have gone better. Something that he can be passive on, that he doesn't have to build a huge lead, that he doesn't have to be aggressive, that he doesn't have to take chances to create an opportunity through the top lane. But we're gonna talk about everything after this quick commercial break. Don't go anywhere.
Mac versus PC thing?
Guess so.
Then I am the Mac of the chips.
Cool. Then I'm the PC. Perfect for gaming. Easy to eat. No greasy hands.
Wait, I'm into gaming too.
You mean like into the keyboard crumbled?
No.
Or into the TeamSpeak rustling?
No, I'm into that noob frag LOL thing.
Well then, GG, my friend.
What?
Remember where it started. Your first experiences. Remember where you came from. The journey you traveled. The journey you love. Remember where it started. And imagine where it will go. Right.
heart into something gold. Knew I sold my soul to the devil long ago. I wrote it all along on your way right before it broke. Time was thrown down the well, so I let you go. What I do right now. What I do right now for you. Carolina skies in the night, floating by your side. I fell up when you fell down, but we stayed in flight. I'm laughing to myself, 'cause I know that I can't deny. I can't find what you can't hide right inside my mind. What I do right now. What I do right now for you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to ESL Southeast Europe Championship Season 10. I'm Traveling and I'm here with Nick Holden to bring you the last and final game between Greek Genesis and Nexus Gaming, and of course the final game of the day, as this is the last best of 3 we will be showing you today. But don't you worry, because there will be 2 more best of 3s that will be casting for you on Sunday. But for now, let's enjoy the last one for the day, which I hope is going to be juicy, Nick.
Ooh, I also hope it's going to be full of them juices of good action that we saw from game 1 and game number 2. Who knows, will that Pantheon slip its way through? I'm not too sure at this stage. I kind of feel like it is a must-ban champion, especially after we saw what Rao just did in the previous game.
I mean, on red side, I think it is mandatory to ban the Pantheon and the Kiana at least. For me, Pantheon, Kiana, and Yumi are 3 bans that are very mandatory on red side. It's going to be the Rumble this time for Nexus. They do not want to face Delito on that Rumble. It is his champion, let's say, quote unquote. And I'm expecting to see a Pantheon ban as well, because you definitely don't want to be giving it over to Greek Genesis.
Yeah, so for right now, what kind of options do we have? Last time, I mean, started things off. Let's start with the ADC side of things. We saw 2 Axes pick up his favorited champion, didn't do too much. And then kind
I'm
of a
not gonna
questionable
blame
pick.
it. I'm not gonna blame it on two axes, to be
I'm
honest.
not going to blame it, no.
I think
No,
it
no,
was
no.
more of the team composition that the focal point was the Yasuo around the entire team composition. Had they used another top laner other than the Ornn that could potentially be head-to-head with the Rumble, it would have been much better, because then you could have two focal points instead of three focal points. It felt like kind of Copenhagen was so lost because he didn't know where to be. All his lanes needed attention except the Draven lane, so he kind of tried to salvage the situation for his team without feeding the Draven, which was the name of the game. Shadow probably gonna be locking in the Gangplank here. He did pretty well in the previous game. He held his own onto the top lane, same as Whiting on the Nautilus with an exceptional performance in the previous game versus Greek Genesis. Now the Nautilus is a really good answer to the Yuumi as well. That anchor lands, you lock her down, she cannot reattach onto anyone, which means it will be going down because it's one of the squishiest, if not the squishiest, if I'm not wrong, champion in the game.
Yeah, definitely the squishiest champion in the game. The little kitty needs some kind of protection from time to time, and going to be able to offer a scratch or two on your back if she pairs up with you. On the other side of things, it is going to be the Lucian that gets locked in with a bot lane that, to be honest, I haven't seen too much from the Greek Genesis side. I'm looking forward to being able to see them get a little bit more aggressive on this time around. However, when it comes down to their mid lane, it actually looks like they locked down the Olaf. And do you think that's heading towards the jungle?
Oh, 100%. Olaf is one of the strongest junglers right now. CC does not stop him. He's one of the few champions that CC does not stop him. And the Kai'Sa is going to get locked in. It is a great pick. Kai'Sa, especially versus Olaf, is great because once the Olaf is on you, you can ult towards the other side of the fight with the Kai'Sa ultimate. So you kind of create that distance that the Olaf tried to close in on you, you kind of create it back again. And throughout this entire duration, the ulti would have faded off. He can't chase you down anymore, and you're already in the backline, possibly hitting onto the Lucian and the Yuumi. So I'm expecting to see maybe another couple of dive champions coming in from Nexus, just so this Kai'Sa is not alone. Could potentially see the Gragas with the Yasuo. It would be great here because the name of the game is that mid lane. Vrau needs to be fed, and Gragas Yasuo here I think could be the cherry on top of the cake.
All right, now let's see if that cherry will actually eventually land on. We might have our cake eaten and fall down to complete surprise. But yes, the Gragas will get banned out.
Don't worry,
there's
still the Sejuani.
Cherry.
Don't worry, there are options, Nick, to see the Yasuo yet again.
Like you said, the Sejuani still becomes an option. And we move over to Nexus Gaming, who have the pick to be able to come up with. At the moment, we've got that Gangplank in the top lane, still mid and jungle needing to get selected unless they want to do a Nautilus flex pick. It is going to be the Lee Sin himself. I'm very excited to see what they're going to be able to do with their Lee in their back pocket. If it is anything like Hop-Hops from the previous game today, we might be able to get in with some exciting plays.
I mean, Yasuo still fits, I guess. Even with the Lucian, you know, the kick gets him in, the Nautilus ult gets him in. So how I've pictured it already is that Whiting is going to ult the Lucian in the backline. That will automatically get the Lucian in, but it will also get the Kai'Sa in after the Olaf has been chasing her down. So it displaces the ADC far away from the Olaf while you're in the backline trying to kill the Lucian together with the Yasuo, which in my head, it kind of works here. You get away from the Olaf, which you can't CC, so you're freeing yourself up. Now, this makes things much more complicated because Orianna is great at saving the ADC from these situations, and Urgot is a very much Delito champion to play. Nothing really flashy, but always there, taking small advantages and staying in the top lane, not allowing Shadow to get out of it.
All right, so we get left over to the final pick, which will be made by Whiten, but more than likely made as a team here to decide. Ooh, we are getting the LeBlanc. Now, in this matchup, LeBlanc taking on Orianna, are you favoring a select side?
I'm actually applauding here the fact that Paris did not get the LeBlanc for himself, even though there was AP damage needed from the side of Greek Regenesis, and Paris is known for his LeBlanc. This time he chooses to go with the full defensive mode on the Lucian. Basically, they're gonna play the dancing Lucian game again, Nick. The one that I was talking about and I was muted. This is what they're gonna play here. This is gonna be the Bananito show. He has the speed ups, he has 10 trillion shields on him, he has heals, he has an exhaust on top of him with Wild Panda, and everything should go fine. On the other hand, I don't know if Rao gets ahead in the lane, if him and Copenhagen are able to shut down Paris and get Rao ahead yet again, I can see it working here. The problem is, if they don't get ahead, there could be a problem with the LeBlanc in lane. Because later on, with all the shields and heals coming through, you won't be able to assassinate anyone.
Yeah, that assassination is going to come down as a very problematic the late side of. However, we'll see. Maybe the early stage is going to lean in favor of Rao. At the moment, his previous game came up absolutely clutch. So let's see what they're going to be able to do. When it comes down to the actual match here today, I think in terms of the draft, we've got an even shared skilled one. And I think we're going to be able to see some skilled matchups, both in that mid lane. Paris, he knows this opposition well. I mean, LeBlanc, like you've mentioned time and time again, has been either his right or left-hand champion, basically the one that he can reflect off of and know exactly what moves are coming in. On the other side of things, Delito taking on Shadow in that top lane. I don't think Delito is going to necessarily have too many problems, but I'm really looking forward to what Dominant can do in between the mid as well as the top lane with this Olaf.
I just don't like the fact they keep on putting Paris in a very passive laner, because it was through Paris and Dominant that they were able to go as a duet into the jungle of Copenhagen and hunt them down. It was through the backs of Paris and Dominant that they won the first game so decisively, so strongly, and I just wish I could see it again here. Now, with the LeBlanc available, you definitely want to grab it and give it to Paris. This is his champion. This is what he signs on. This is where he drugs so many bans from, and seeing it taken away towards Rao instead of Greek Genesis picking it for Paris, I think it would have made a big difference, because the Kai'Sa is gonna be jumping around, and with the LeBlanc you can instantly 100 to 0 her so easily. And I don't know what they were scared of and what champion they were scared of that Nexus was gonna pull out. I feel like LeBlanc does well in all kinds of matchups, and I don't think he would have a problem because he's so proficient at the champion. Yet again, we saw Delito in the previous game. He wasn't playing a champion that I think is a Delito champion. And this time, again, even though the Vladimir is a proficient champion in the hands of Paris, it's still not a Paris champion in my hands. More of like a Renekton, an Aatrox, a LeBlanc, and in your face champion is something that I like to see Paris on. I'm really worried that mid lane is gonna fall far behind yet again because of not the inability of Paris to make plays, but the inability of the champion they've chosen for him to make plays into the early game.
All right, so it looks like we can finally jump back into the action. Both of these teams are waiting for barriers of Summoner's Rift to lower before they can transition their way back into the game. So now, let's see what is going to be able to take place. This is game number 3 between Greek Regenesis as well as Nexus. This is the second game of today that has actually made its way all the way through. So I believe congratulations is in order. Georgia, we have made it all the way to game number 6 on day number 1. And I think these teams have decided, you know what, for this season, but I believe it's season number 10, right, Georgia?
Yep.
We are coming out with the heat. We're going to keep you all entertained. So a round of applause all around. Also to the team behind the scenes for making things happen. So a big shout out to the crew. And for right now, it's time to jump into the action. It looks like the first Drake that is going to be up on offer for today. I'm not too sure if I might get this incorrect, but I think I saw an Infernal somewhere along the line.
Ooh.
We're just going to have to wait and see. And for right now, it is going to be Greek Regenesis on 1, taking on Nexus Gaming on 1. And it looks like pretty much a straightforward start before we kick off the game.
Yep, and I just want to see where the junglers are going to choose to start as well. Copenhagen is going to start probably from the top side of here, so both junglers towards their own red buffs respectively, and Delito, he's going to sit in that tri-burst right there and possibly try to make Shadow's life a little bit hard coming onto his lane. Wait a minute. Okay, he wants to spot actually to see if Copenhagen is gonna go towards his golems or he's gonna choose to go for potentially a mid lane gank. He is gonna go towards his golems and they're gonna be spotting exactly his timers, when he finished the red buff, when he went to his golems, what his pathing is. Now the problem here is that before, Copenhagen was able to double up with Rao and do what Paris and Dominant did to them in game number 1. This time, you don't have such an explosive duo from the side of Greek with Genesis and a very slippery mid laner in the hands of Rao, in the likes of LeBlanc. So I definitely want to see, as Shadow is having yet another very peachy day on that Gangplank in the top lane. So Copenhagen gonna clear the entire top side except the Wraiths, move down to blue buff, and potentially go towards his first gank. He has a lot of lockdown down the bot lane with a Nautilus.
Definitely a lot of lockdown potential. However, it's good. Paris, who is going to always be slightly annoyed, right? I mean, whenever you're taking... It's never something that you want, because you always feel like, oh, I could do better than my opposition with that champion in my back pocket. In terms of where we're standing at the moment, Dominant now going to be clearing out that blue buff and will actually make his way towards the Gromp as he goes for a full clear to finish up. Let's see if he's going to be able to transition this into a gank towards the top lane as Shadow... Will he actually put down a ward for some kind of vision control?
Whoa.
Not yet.
Yet again, Vrower Copenhagen moving towards the bot lane. That's a trick they pulled out of their sleeve in the previous game. Gregory Genesis, though, know them too well on this one, and they are not gonna fall for it. Scuttlecrab, though, is gonna go to Copenhagen on the bot side as Dominant has actually cleared the entire of his jungle, and now he's gonna take the Wraiths off of Copenhagen, and this is gonna be a huge boost onto his experience because Wraiths give so much more XP than any other camp in the jungle. Copenhagen did miss on them, trying to make the play towards bot side much faster. And I just wanted to mention that this is a Dominant that has not backed, that has not taken any pot out, and this is the ease of the Olaf clearing fully his jungle. He's gonna go back, he's gonna buy now, and he's gonna come full force trying to get something going in the map, while Copenhagen is waiting down the bot lane, which we said there's a lot of CC lockdown coming through White in to potentially get a kill.
Alright, so it does look like Olaf goes back and he's going to be able to pick up Blue Smite at the moment. That's going to allow him an extra slow and maybe just a little bit easier opportunity to target down his opposition should he go chase through with those axes. On the other side of things, it does look like he goes for those golems, and that should be able to mark a small indication towards where he's thinking of going next. Who knows, he might be making a way towards the bot lane, but it does look like they're going to be backing within the vision, so it might just be a farm out lane here for the junglers before any play does get made.
Right, Shadow is having a little bit of a hard time underneath his tower. He doesn't have much mana and he has to kind of try and CS the remnants of whatever Delito is pushing underneath his own tower. So a little bit of a CS deficit going up in the Gangplank in the top lane, and there's not much happening yet. The Olaf, of course, is gonna start that. Cloud Drake could potentially be spotted by Copenhagen. He chooses to go towards his wolves, though, and wait a minute. I think that's a Bananito TP. Yeah, coming with Wild Panda to make sure they secure that first Cloud Drake.
Yeah, Bananito just coming in there with the assist, and it does look like they're... as it is Whiten that is going to join this one a little bit late. Bananito fights his way forward. Whiten not necessarily overextended just yet as he does make his way home. On the other side of things, it is going to be Copenhagen rotating towards just to try bring out some kind of assistance. Vrao on the other side, the chains will land, and it's just going to pretty much be a cool, calm, and collected exchange between the players. Right now, this tension could break at any moment, but both of these teams are tied up at 0-0 apiece. both on respective same goal differences.
And you don't want to pick a fight right there. Both Olaf and Lee Sin sitting on level 5. I'm pretty sure very close to the ultimates being activated. So you definitely don't want to take a fight with Paris and Vrao sitting on that level 6, having their ultimates available while you don't have yours. Especially, I feel like Olaf's is very important to have while there's been an exchange in the bot lane. There's too much at stake for both of these teams, and they're both playing so careful. You see that Dominant had the timers of these raids, and he is trying to deny them from Cop and Down. This time, though, what Greek Genesis does not know is that both Vrao and Cop and Down are coming towards that bot lane. There's absolutely no vision, and we could be seeing a dive.
Oh no, Whiten has overextended himself before his teammates have been able to follow through. While Panda on the other side of things will try and lay down the damage, as it might be an indication for his teammates to back up at the moment. Benedito understands that there's no players in the mid lane. Brown now steps up forward as it looks like they're going to bring out some kind of heals. The chains will try to get landed here from Brow. The Q will be able to push its way forward from Cop and Down. They don't even have minions to be able to support this fight just yet. Benedito now trying to work his way forward. It is going to be the dash coming in from Benedito, and they get out of this one seemingly alive. No, they follow through. Cop and Down picks up the kill. However, big pressure being applied towards that top lane as well as the mid lane, as a few amount of plates are going to get handed over here to this Greek Regenesis squad.
Wow, and that took them about a century and a half. They're preparing a bot lane dive without setting up the wave first. White In gets chunked down to a sliver of health. I think 2Axis was maybe trying to bait Bananito Wild Panda by holding on to that heal for White In, and that dive was so sloppy, so slow. It took so long that Paris was able to push in multiple waves into this mid lane. He gets 2 turret platings for himself, while Shadow loses his life and a bunch of plates in the top lane as well. I don't think whatsoever that was worth it for Nexus. Good job from Greek Regenesis, managing to get an actual advantage out of a very slow play that came in from Nexus.
Yeah, and then from that side of things, Delito also picking himself up 2 plates in the top lane. So 4 plates in exchange for 2 shade at the bottom side as well as a kill. I'm with you there. Also losing out on a decent ES. Taking a look across the board, it is going to be Greek Regenesis in the lead for the most part, except for in the bottom lane, and understandably so. With the 4-man surrounding their side, they had to lose out on something, right?
Yep, and I don't necessarily like to see this side of Nexus, if I'm honest with you, because we've seen it before where they greed, where they try so hard, where they overpressure the boundaries, where they overstep, and then they fall into the trap of Greek Regenesis taking everything else from around the map. And this is the time where you should be punishing the Orianna. You should be bringing Cop and Down into the mid lane. You should be grabbing her summoners, her barrier, everything. And they're not doing this. Once this Orianna is locked and loaded with a couple of items, she's not going to be going down to anyone, and she's going to be keeping Bananito even safer than he is right now with just the Yuumi.
So one of the things that you were talking about when it came down to this dancing Lucian combination, as you like to call it, is the movement speed. I mean, getting him across, being able to dance around these fights, as at the moment it is going to be Genesis finding their way forward. The shockwave is going to be able to land on both as they clean up the kill. It is Whiten trying to fight his way forward. The unstoppable side of this Olaf will get knocked down eventually. It is Frau trying to step forward as Benedito going to come up with that damage, and good plays there. However, maybe the dive not panning out just as they expected.
That was a 1-for-1. That was a good trade from Nexus right there. And Vrao going in yet again. Great stopwatch. Gives time from Cop and Down to come down. Almost there.
Cop and Down now making his way down. And this should be the call out. Be able to... Has Cop and Down stepped up too far. As the knockback is going to come back in time. The stopwatch. He flashes out. He will put down the damage on Cop and Down. However, will he be able to land the Q? No, he doesn't. As it gets Paris out with his life. But Frau picks himself up another kill, making him 3-0, and now has some shutdown potential.
And I don't know if you remember who started the whole train of Nexus running down Greek Regenesis in the previous game. Oh yeah, It was Vrao on that Pantheon. Guess what? He's on another aggressive champion right now who he can start and make plays on, and he's 3-0-1 because Greek Regenesis overstayed their welcome. They opt into a dive, which this time it was not worth taking. Clutch stop was coming in from White and giving enough time for Copendown to get down into that bot lane and give his team multiple kills, and specifically Vrao. So from here on, we said that Vrao and Copendown need to become a duet and go around the jungle, go around the map as one. And this is exactly what they're doing. I think Paris is in trouble.
All right, Paris is in trouble as he does land down the shockwave. Able to get out, dodge away from that big Nautilus hook. But a second Cloud Drake getting handed over to Greek Regenesis, and something I don't think that we can underestimate from their side. Their movement has been a key role when it comes down to Benedito. That dancing Lucian combination is like you like to call it. I wanted to mention this a little bit earlier. With a second Cloud Drake, that's going to bring up even better movement across the board. Also including the Olaf, which is so reliant on bridging that gap between the players. I think we can't leave out the fact that how important a double Cloud Drake can actually play into this game when it comes down to rotations.
Sure, but that would be just down to the rotations. When it comes to actual team fight, I don't think Cloud Drake is a great Drake to have. So Shelly's gonna be popped up top lane. It's pre-minute 14, which means they're gonna be feeding a lot of money into the pockets too. Tower plating's going down and we're counting. Shelly's probably gonna go down really soon here as well, as Dominant is ready and waiting for the dive that actually never happened from Nexus. And here is where they need to actually start realizing when they need to pull the trigger and when not. They knew that they couldn't see Dominant anywhere near the map. Shadow was getting beaten up by Delito down the bot lane, so you definitely don't have the numbers advantage, because if Delito pulls that teleport, then Shadow cannot follow up.
All right, so
wait, what?
Now Delito on the... Oh, what just happened in the mid lane? Did we catch that? It's actually Paris with a slither of life.
That was a dive.
Comes out on top against his opposite number, and it is going to be Axes that finds himself slain and taken down on the other side of things, as, or rather picking up the kill, as it is Benedito that comes out of that one alive. At the moment, Shadow drawn pretty low. Delito...
I don't think he bucked. I don't think Shadow backed. He started channeling his recall, but I don't think he actually backed off. He's like, nah, I think I'm gonna stay. I'm not in kill range yet. Well, Delito does have ultimate, so one of these abilities land, he could potentially lose his life. There is flash onto Shadow, and they are going to take the first tower of the game. Nexus, that is. Delito gonna fish to see if Shadow is taking the recall at last this time, and it is going to be the case. Shadow, which is finding himself in a little bit of a CS difference, and Vrao gonna find Dominant hanging around by the blue, but Shadow did not back yet again.
Yeah, Shadow didn't back this time around. Once again, it is Dominant that does get popped, but it doesn't look like it's going to do too much just there, as it is going to be Delito trying to pressure down on the bottom side tower. Right now, both these teams pretty much locked down on even gold relatively, as Nexus has done well in the kills department. However, Greek Regenesis still holding down tight. They still are looking for their first tower, however.
And yet again, it is that bot lane that's actually not performing for Greek Regenesis, or shall I say, has been shut down yet again from all the roams of Copendown and Vrao. And here they are, Whiting and Copendown.
These poor couplet that is the bottom lane of Greek Regenesis will once again find themselves on the back foot, and it's just about a poke away from death is that Wild Panda, as he finds himself eliminated. And once again, this bottom lane not looking too healthy for them.
And yet again, sure, Delito has this advantage, this lead over Shadow, but it is not going to be the same late game. Shadow is gonna be chunking everyone down with this Gangplank. Trinity Force completed, so these barrels are gonna be hurting when you get into these fights. And we see again here, Benedito gets caught with Wild Panda yet again. 6 deaths in between them out of the 8 kills that Nexus has. So it has been a focal point for Nexus to kill the Greek Regenesis bot lane over and over and over again, and it seems to be succeeding, because once they starved the bot lane last game, they were able to bring the game back.
All right, it does look like it is going to be the charge coming down on the other side of moving forward as the Olaf gets a big chunk of health away from his opposite number, but this time around it's not going to be able to pay off, as it is going to be too little too late for the Greek Regenesis side on this attack.
Still, there's no real objectives to go down, so I'm not sure why both of these teams wanted to start the fight. I saw white team flash forward with the anchor. There's absolutely no objective up for grabs. You know, Vrau was already heading towards a side lane, trying to push the wave in. So I don't think that was the correct timing for Nexus to start and pick a fight. Now there's a lot of summoners down, because even though Dominant ended up going down, that was both the summoners of 2 axes. And they're gonna possibly grab another Cloud Drake, which at this point of the game doesn't matter too much.
Shouldn't matter too much. I think a third Cloud Drake could have been great there for Greek Regenesis. However, they lose out on that opportunity.
Them on the shelf.
Yeah, absolutely. And now Dominant, I kind of think he overexerted himself in that previous fight, going a little too far, maybe getting a little bit too greedy, trying to shut down the opposition's mid laner. But now, faced up against what might be a pressing story here, this Orianna, it's once again going to fall onto the shoulders of Paris.
You know what, though? He might have overextended, but he did get both the summoners of 2 axes. Now Shadow is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, at the moment, Dominant should be able to chase this one down as they clean that one up, and it is going to be Shadow that gets removed from the map there for a second. Copping down now, trying to flank up behind Bonanito, who's had a troublesome time with Wild Panda. Let's see, will they be able to collapse on? Paris fights his way forward at the moment. He does have Shockwave still available to him should he decide to use it. It's Dominant that finds his way forward, and Nexus don't pull the trigger early enough, and that means that they're facing the back foot as they come hunting and charging their way down. It's Dominant trying to land on 2 axes. That's exactly what happens, as the shutdown will be able to come through from Paris, who gets the Shockwave. It is the follow through from the Lucian that tries to get the culling to connect, but this time it's not going to be able to find its target, as it is Greek Regenesis coming up with a massive couple of plays there.
And it feels like Nexus is choking under pressure here, because they do see that Greek Regenesis makes a play and they're trying to force one for themselves. And this is exactly what Greek Regenesis wants. They want to force Nexus to make mistakes, to try and make these engagements that are not in their favor. Right there, again, there's absolutely nothing up for grabs into this fight. 2 axes all on his lonesome into the Baron Pit, doing absolutely nothing there. Vrau and Copenhagen, I feel like hand in hand, they helped each other, like trying to pull each other away from a very sticky situation. They both managed to get away alive. But remember, both the summoners that Dominant was able to blow off of 2 axes, right there they proved that they were very valuable to 2 axes, because he ended up going down.
Yeah, big time. Very, very valuable for the team of Greek Regenesis there in terms of their attack. And it has to be said, Dominant leading from the front there with that charge. Turned around. They gave the go-ahead, let's go, let's get in there. And it paid off pretty well. At the moment, it is Greek Regenesis that have it all to do should they want to defend their spot of making it through to the next round and one step closer to make it into their previous position, which was actually in the top 4 of the, I believe, season number 9. However, on the other side of things, Nexus trying to prove their worth here today, and so far they've been putting on a good show. And to be honest, I don't think, in all fairness, this can be called into either direction. That being said, it is going to be 2 axes that picks up the kill there on Delito that was found compromised out of position.
And if you're looking to see, like, what do these teams play for, where do they like to play towards, is the top, is the mid, is the jungle, if you look at the bounties right now, if you see the people with the most skills on both teams, it will be pretty clear to you that both of these teams play dual lanes with the jungler and the mid. And Shadow, oh boy.
Oh, Shadow takes one step maybe too far forward, but it is Bonanito on the other side of things. 2 axes, assassins his way in.
Coming.
Take a step forward. Paris now trying to remain tight, trying to keep contending, as he will be able to get down the Shockwave. On the other side, Paris jumps over the wall. He's got some support by his good old cat patriot, Wild Panda, trying to make his way forward.
Wow, and again, you don't want to be picking fights when Rao is not there, and Shadow gets caught. He's like, haha, it was a bait. Whiting gets in, Cop and Down gets in, and I think that was pretty much a 2 for 2. I think, no, I think it was a 3 for 2 in favor of Nexus. They managed to kill Bananito there as well. The only members alive from Greek Regenerations were Paris and Wild Panda. But you see that point where the Orianna is unstoppable. The shields are enormous. The damage she outputs also enormous. So you can't really start running at her. You saw that Cop and Down tried to get into the fight and kick the Orianna. You saw that the second Rao distorts himself into the fight. The Shockwave absolutely dismantled him. So once that... First, let's roll this down. Once the second one comes in, and once it's completed into a death cap, that's gonna be a lot of trouble for Nexus if they don't watch their footing.
So interesting selection here. I thought Orianna might just go back to pick up a stopwatch, knowing that there is a gold bounty. Not necessary, in your opinion?
No, because it's Paris, but they've got Delito yet again.
There we go. Delito now finding himself side-footed at the moment.
That's a 4v5.
On the other side of things, Paris trying to dart his way forward. Dominant does not necessarily have a way out. He still has the flash. The Shockwave will be able to land down onto Paris. Now tries to dart his way into the fight. The Red Dragon, or rather the Red Team, will be able to pick up the Dragon. That's none other than Nexus. Paris once again trying to put those balls forward to be able to connect. As he gets some support here from Wild Panda as they get the Shockwaves being able to penetrate. They will be able to get their opposition as Nautilus does fall down. Will they be able to find their next target? It is Frau inside the bush as they does not get away just in time. Frau has an opportunity to be able to dart back, but it is going to be Bananito that comes up with the kill, and Greek Regenesis coming up with the plays when they need them.
Such a messy fight from both sides. The leader gets caught yet again somewhere where he absolutely shouldn't be. He thought he was flanking. Well, guess what? Everybody turned on him, dispatched off him first, and then they tried to turn into a 5v4. Well, guess what? Paris gets another insanely good Shockwave, gets 2 axes down to about 10% HP. That completely takes him out of the team fight. He cannot participate, and Dominant can do everything he wants. Cop and Down, though.
Oh, look at this from Cop and Down. Oh, very fortunate that the axe got thrown out as he did not get slowed down there for a second. On the other side of things, managed to narrowly avoid some dangerous times here for both of these teams. Greek Regenesis tied up 1-1 against this Nexus Gaming team. And as we progress towards the late stages of the game, this is where really, to be honest, you've got to have a look at the champions that are coming online. And both from the Kaiser side of things and LeBlanc looking to be able to do some big damage. However, on the other side of things, Paris has been looking really, really beefy, and Bananito is finally becoming active and online as this bottom lane has been shut down throughout the game.
I think that unless they have a way and manage to shut down Paris, which is not in my books right now. He has the heals and the shields from Wild Panda. Exhaust will be available for Wild Panda as well. He has his own shield and a barrier that's going to be available while putting out tons and tons of damage to whoever he touches. It is so hard to get anywhere near this Orianna because then you have the Olaf in your face, you've got the Leader on the Urgot in your face, you've got the final chapter from Wild Panda coming in, while the Leader can actually dance around and output his own type of damage. So I don't think it's an easy task for Vrao to find the backline in this fight. He has been able to so far, but the more this AP ratio grows and grows onto the Orianna, the more the shields will be protecting the carries and the entirety of Greek Regenesis, and of course the more damage and one-shot potential Paris will have onto 2 axes.
Alright, so if you're looking down the side of 2 axes at the moment, looking pretty solid. I mean, 350 gold shut down. He's got a couple of options available to him in terms of the Rage Blade. I kind of feel that, to be honest, this is leaning more and more in favor of Greek Regenesis as we go into the latter stages of the game.
Oh, hold on.
On the side of...
2 axes just recalled, bought himself magic Chris's and a stopwatch. He says, I'm not dying to the Orianna anymore, but I think Greek Regenesis are flanking right now, or could potentially be doing the Baron. Oh no, they're on the flank.
No, they're definitely on the flank because they've warped their way. onto the opposite number. Have they taken a step too far as Greek Regenesis find there? Two of their players get knocked down in quick succession. Paris now forced to back out of this fight completely, as they might have just handed this one on a silver platter to this Nexus Gaming team, who find themselves in a position that is not necessarily compromised just yet, as Paris finds himself forward. And ladies and gentlemen, that's the ace going over to Nexus Gaming.
Nick, that's an ace. They fell into their own trap. They pulled down the TPs, they pulled out the flank, and they ended up going down because two Axis stopwatch came in clutch, baby. He said, I'm not dying anymore. Paris did not have a great position there because he just couldn't. Because no matter where he came from, he was surrounded. With an Orianna, you want to be fighting into an open space. You want to be able to move around, to position your ball better. And that was absolutely not the case. Paris could not reach the backline of Nexus. And Nexus had an absolute party right there, skyrocketing to 5,000 gold difference, 4,000, I'm sorry, gold difference, and a Baron buff on every single member of theirs. Nobody died, Nick. Nobody died.
I can't believe it. What a clutch purchase there from two Axes, who picks up the stopwatch exactly when he needs to.
And now it's an hourglass.
And absolutely, now he says, you know what, that actually worked really well. I might as well
Let's upgrade that, yeah.
Beauty. So now it is going to be Shadow on the bottom side. Will get chased down. Second, in fact, no, it is going to be a chunky vitamin C that managed to get him out for a short while. However, now Frau fights his way forward. Will be able to explode one as he takes down the Urgot. On the other side of things, Paris finally joins the fight. Will he be able to lay down the damage that is needed? It is
oh my god, two Axes!
But it is all just too much as two Axes comes out with the quad.
It's too much because two Axes is too insane at playing AD carry, baby. 12-2 on this Kai'Sa. This guy is out of his mind. With Copendown and Vrau were carrying this game, sure, they were getting them ahead. They were keeping them alive into the early game. Two Axes is out of his mind, and he's leading Nexus to the first victory of the tournament. They could be finishing it right here, right now. They still have the Baron buff, but they're gonna choose to back off. Nick, this is insane performance coming in from Nexus.
Absolutely mental performance. I think a lot of people came into this one thinking that Greek Genesis might be able to home with a nice, quick and easy victory, but it is Nexus Gaming that has stepped up and shown that they're worth their mustard when it comes down to competing here in this ESL SEC tournament. It's what we love to see, and to be honest, how are they going to be able to stop this machine that is none other than two Axes that has been looking absolutely insane on this Kai'Sa?
Nick, you have to remember, right here, Bananito, Paris, Delito, they won the Greek League. They went to EG Masters. Wild Panda, runner-up in the Greek League to go to EG Masters. These guys are no joke. These are big names, and Nexus is putting their foot down. Two Axes with an insane performance on this Kai'Sa, and I feel like everything is falling into place. Vrau and Copendown keeping the game alive, giving the advantage to the team through the early to mid game, and two Axes like, all right guys, I'll take it from here. I'm online.
Definitely online and willing to stay like a virus on the side of Greek Regenesis. At the two Axes has been pounding his way at the door, and I have to say, Vrau, he cannot be looked down either. He's popping players so well with this LeBlanc in the mid lane, being able to stabilize the part of their mid game, leading towards the lane. Vrau now is very much online,
they're going
as you
in.
mentioned, and it's going to be the hook that is going to be able to land. Now it steps up and he takes down one. Two Axes on the other side of things will be able to land a decent amount of damage. They should be able to pick up this inhibitor tower right here, right now, and now they finally take down the inhibitor as
That's
well.
it.
So that's two down.
They took the carry down, Nick.
This team, and what just out of nowhere popped like a fly.
Paris,
it is going to be.
Paris was the only thing holding Nexus from ending the game. Once they take the pick onto Paris, they can actually push into the Nexus. They're gonna take this slowly and methodically, but yet again, Copendown and Vrau as one. They're one punch together. They want Delito, and they want him now.
Here's Delito. Cheers, Delito, as they try to make their way.
That was painful to watch.
And Copendown sets the trap and lays it with his best teammate, Mr. Vrau, as they pick that one up and now charge this one down in methodical manner.
Yep. One by one, the turrets go down. Paris is back and available though, and this has to scare them off because it's a loot and second Morello Nomicon Death Cap of Rihanna. Once this stopwatch lands onto 2, Axis is gonna do an extreme amount of damage. Sure, he does have the hourglass available to him, but one misstep is all it takes. One misclick is all it takes. And one good click from the side of Paris is all it takes to dismantle that ADC. Final chapter used.
All right, so I'm not too sure. I think Nexus need to play this a little bit safer. They're giving me
anxiety.
A little bit of anxiety from my side, just being able to watch this one as eventually these super minions do pound their way through the mid lane. Now it's going to be down to Greek Regenesis. How are they going to pull the trigger here?
They actually don't even have to do what they're doing right here if you're Nexus. Baron is coming up in 20 seconds exactly. Go back. You're going to have 2 waves pushing the mid lane and the top lane. Somebody's going to have to defend that. Most likely it's going to have to be the leader. He has to sit back. He can actually TP back in. But by the time he TPs in, that Baron will be down. Everyone is pinging the Baron right now. You've got all this vision that you can put in the top quadrant of the jungle of Dominant. No one comes in. No one gets out alive. This would be the strategy right here for Nexus. Clean Baron, clean fight, clean ending.
All right, let's see. You know, things can get dirty real quickly. And at the moment, let's see what is going to happen as they bring down this Baron.
The call has been made.
Quickly from their side of things. They try to bring it down, but at the moment, no vision on. Do pick up the Baron here. Now it's all about leaning into their advantage.
A little bit of a gift, another Infernal.
Oh, a nice Infernal Drake will do well, as that will be their second one of the game.
Grab the Scuttle Crab while you're at it.
At the moment, it's all about building up those advantages as we go in towards what we deem to be the closing of game number 3.
They're taking everything, Nick. They're not leaving anything. They're even taking the Scuttle Crabs.
Eventually picking up a ward as well. 30 gold. Why not? Let's put that in the back pocket, as now this should be the final push coming in here from Nexus. They send in 3 towards the bottom lane. They've got the Gangplank in the middle with the global. So necessarily he is a part of this fight no matter what. On the other side of things, Lee Sin now making his way forward as they keep the pressure going down.
Paris is not there. They can push through.
Now, here we go. Gangplank will be able to throw down that barrage. At the moment, it is going to be Vrau that picks up the kills. And it's the big shockwave that's going to be able to land some damage. But it's seemingly whipped off of the back. It's walked off of Duck's back at this point. As now it is going to be the follow-through coming in from Nexus. Your winners of this match, number 3. And that means that Nexus will be progressing through to the next round, where they're going to be taking on Random 5. You might not have guessed it. You might not have thought it. But guess what, ladies and gentlemen? We've got our first upset of the tournament. It's Nexus Gaming taking 2-1 against Greek Regenesis.
Wow. And how decisive was that victory for Greek Regenesis at the start? I was like, okay, Nick, we're heading on to a very quick 2-0. I believed in Greek Regenesis. I was like, these are the people I saw into EU Masters grabbing a win for themselves in the group stage. Added some other really strong members, especially Dominant. Such a good duo together with Paris. Wild Panda, a very well-known Greek ADC, really big in his league. And I was like, yes, that's the perfect team. Greek Regenesis have done it. 3 out of 5 EU Masters, 2 out of 5 excellent big names in the Greek scene. This must be it. We're gonna be back very shortly to discuss about the last game. Don't go anywhere.
Mac versus PC thing?
Guess so.
Then I am the Mac of the chips.
Cool. Then I'm the PC. Perfect for gaming. Easy to eat. No greasy hands.
Wait, I'm into gaming too.
You mean like into the keyboard crumbled?
No.
Or into the TeamSpeak rustling?
No, I'm into that noob frag LOL thing.
Well then, GG, my friend.
What?
Remember where it started. Your first experiences. The journey you traveled. The journey you love. Remember where it started. And imagine where it will go. Rise on.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, to kind of sum up what we saw today. And oh my god, I'm just gonna stand on the last upset where Nexus obliterated Greek Regenesis in that last game.
What just happened? Georgia, I think we just witnessed one of the craziest games that we've seen in a long time, just considering the series, how we went into it mentally prepared. We're having a chat before the time saying, you know what, Greek Regenesis, they've been very solid. They've been a staple of the top lineups throughout. You've basically brought down their CV here today and said, you know what, this team has laid out as one of the best in Greece and have put themselves time and time again in front. And wow. Out of nowhere, seemingly, Nexus Gaming step up and just dominate.
Yeah, I feel the same, like, two axes. Because, like, I'm a Katarina main, but, like, the meta is very weird for Katarina. So he's like, oh, wow, I'm a Draven main. I'm going to grab this. And Greek Resistance was like, that's not happening. It's like, all right, I guess I'll go back to meta and kill you that way. I mean, I don't know how much meta Kalista is, but yeah. Guys, so this is it for us. We'll see you back on Sunday with a lot more best of threes, 2 to be specific. So don't go anywhere. Thank you for joining, and we'll see you on Sunday.
Cheers.